Quinnipiac, we see more than a campus. We see a community built to ignite passions. We see more than a degree. We see the careers of tomorrow. We see more than a student. We see someone destined to make an impact.
What is going on, EGFC, Overwatch, Lord Thethan, and Twin Salty fans? I know you guys are out there. Welcome. I hope you guys are having a fantastic evening or afternoon so far. Get this, it's about to get even better. We have a fantastic show coming to you today. I am, as I mentioned, Lord Thethan, joined in the booth by Twin Salty. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, you know, official EGF Twitch debut for both of us, I believe, so can't wait to, get it going on the official page. We have quite a matchup for the first one, Quinnipiac against Sienna, both about middle of the pack teams in the standings right now, but both looking, build that resume builder and just keep going up the standings.
And they've got some pretty they've got a pretty good opponent as well. Sienna College, I've gotten to see them once in the past, and they just had such an excellent showing. It was 2 weeks ago with a dominant 3-0 finish. It was a short series, and I always prefer those longer, more drawn-out bouts between these schools. Really get to see the competition manifest. But hopefully we'll get that tonight. It's both these teams, I think, look really good, or at least Sienna from what I've seen, and Quinnipiac from what I've heard.
Yeah, both teams looking for that big win in the MAC conference. 4-2 for Quinnipiac right now. Sienna 5-2 in the MAC, sitting second and third respectively. So it's a huge game for them to try and solidify themselves in that upper half, and even in just the top two of the conference. As we look at our map pool for today, we're gonna start with Busan, then head to Numbani, Hanamura, and then if we need to later on, Rialto and Nepal will be our maps 4 and 5.
I think Twin Salty, you mean hopefully later on in the series.
Hopefully, I think
I'll be disappointed if we don't get to see a showdown on Rialto. But for now, I like Busan. I'll be eager to see how both of these teams perform here.
Yeah, I'm eagerly awaiting to see as we head to Sanctuary for round number 1 on Busan, and little bit of the similar look right now from both sides. Wanting to run the rush. Looks like Sienna will be running the sim to at least get out of spawn. Probably going to swap to a tracer after the TP goes down. But it's a little interesting. You usually don't see the rush coming out in Sanctuary. More of like a dive chaos comp kind of map. But I can't wait to see what each team can bring to it. It looks like Mayonnaise as well going to be pulling out the Widow, which is very good to see.
Yeah, taking advantage of those long-range sights, and you're right. I'm a lot more used to seeing the disruption style or dive style compositions. It means that with these brawl comps, you can stage and take a first team fight here over by the bell. Looks like the anti-nade that Ace sustains is going to lead to a lethal instance of damage, taking them out of the fight. That's going to be a lack of frontline pressure onto or from Sienna College. Mayonnaise on the lookout as well for an early elimination, but that was already secured onto Ace.
Yeah, and I think CJ Paul being on that May, it helps in the full team fight, but it took them so long to get there. By the time they got there, their main tank already gone. Sethri out of Mac as well, so it's going to take even more time for Sienna to be a full 6.
That's kind of a brutal stagger, Twin. At that point, I might have just yielded the objective and come back in for retake.
Yeah, I would have maybe waited just a few seconds. You don't need to touch right there. It's going to be, what, a 15 to 20% difference. It's not going to change the entire game right now. It looks like Captain Kill, OG, going to be able to like...
Absolutely marvelous, just creeping up silently as if we're playing Valorant instead of Overwatch. That's going to be a man advantage here for Sienna College. Captain Kill OG has to watch this off angle, getting pressure just a little bit by that just AD. Just on the Diva. It's going to lead to a point flip though here. The tactical advisor from Milky Way finding Booker, but nothing else.
Yeah, now just going to have to retreat. Do not have the teammates at them. Trying to get the early pick. Almost got a life out of the way. Do eventually peek it back, and they do take out life. Both teams down their flex supports now as both teams try and look at this and There's so much damage coming in from so many different angles for Quinnipiac.
Look at how much pressure Siena College is running. You know, the Lucio speed is supposed to help escort you to various areas of the map, help contest these angles. But, you know, when you're lacking your main support and as well your Mei who can shut down some of those angles, it's just it's a tough job.
It's a very tough job, and especially when you don't have that second hit scan to try and peek those angles. Yes, CJ Paul is good for these team fights like we're about to have, but they met the disadvantage and a great Mei wall early.
Yeah, it looks like Mayonnaise cut off by the Mei wall, and a massive shatter does deploy from Ace, but the sound barrier was able to mitigate just a little bit of that follow-up damage, as well as the tactical visor is just a little misplaced here. It is going to hopefully reward Siena with a point capture space created, but that's not how this team fight is actually resolving. What Ace and Captain Kilo G was hoping for, it doesn't come to fruition.
Yes, they're almost able to flip that point just to get some extra percent. They're still going to try and get it. So Quinnipiac does not get to 1-win territory, but looks like they're going to be putting in 2 ultimates here to try and make sure that that is the case, as Attack Visor and Diva Bomb used by Quinnipiac. Now, the time is ticking, 90% and counting for Siena to try and get back in this. They have the window available. Maybe going to try and make some space with the Blizzard as well.
You've got to use every little ability you can. The Blizzard doesn't catch anyone, though. Just is able to just navigate around it, and they do end up losing their mech in the midst of a self-destruct. A devastating anti-nade is going to slow down Siena, and the nano boost tethered onto Firewolf is going to make waves of impact. That's at least what Quinnipiac was hoping for, but with massive Rhine gameplay emerging from Siena College, finally able to play the game, the main tank will help to lead a secure of the objective. 31% in build.
They do have to use everything that fight, though. Diva Bomb, Shatter, Blizzard, Amp Matrix. They have nothing left for this fight, but to be fair, Quinnipiac really doesn't either. Both soldiers getting close to Attack Visor, but that is really about it. As we try to get ready on this side angle, and Mayonnaise now onto the Doomfist. Going to try and disrupt that backline of Life and Booker.
I like the Doomfist. It's really helpful at breaking up that rush composition, and it's already netting us a little bit of value as well. CJ Paul goes down, and although Mayonnaise is taken out of the fight, there has been a trade that's been established, and really for neither side having the advantage. You lose out on those Mei walls, and once again, you know, the ability to block off some of these angles that Broccoli was able to take advantage of is Captain Kilo G on the off angle of the flank, rather with Tactical Visor getting quickly shut down. Aced under a lot of pressure here. Can it be equalized from Siena College to keep them in this fight? There's the window and the shatter as well, but the shatters have been exchanged. Life is out of the fight. They've been able to leave a parting gift in the amplification matrix, but the tactical visor from Milky Way is more than enough to dispatch the remaining members of Siena College. It's F3's bomb that's able to shut down Milky Way, but the damage has already been done. 99%. The overtime wick is going. Can we get a touch? Cookie with a beat. Make sure that there's no opportunity for another team fight.
Yeah, Quinnipiac take it 189, but very contested, especially if we go to Mecha Base. I think that's when that Mei pick is finally going to get the value that Siena was really seeking, but as we'll see, they are going to go to Mecha Base, so I have a feeling CJ Paul will be staying on that Mei. Milky Way is actually going to match them on it. Maybe not going to match him on it. CJ going over to the Junkrat instead, only for a second though. And for Quinnipiac, I think what won them that fight is just a tad on the Diva with the peel to try and defend that Attack Visor in the backline. If that gets one or two of the supports, that is a completely different team fight than what we saw end up happening. So a huge peel from just a tad. I think that saves them the fight and it wins them the round.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see some of these fights resolve, you know, if you see the DPS more under pressure of the supports. It's a little bit harder to peel for them, but, you know, Mayonnaise and Milky Way on the Mei Reaper, they're not going to really need too much from their tanks, really just as many resources as their supports can pour into them. Already both teams on a bit of a standstill right here. A little game of chicken. Both Mei walls end up coming out on either side, so there's not too much more space to take advantage of here on this high ground. Anti-nade onto Ace is really going to slow down Siena College, though. A back up from them as they lose their main tank, and hopefully Seth3 is able to stay in mech for this fight. That's another fight loss here to start off the round, and a shatter to end the fight.
Yeah, a shatter for the exclamation point. Maybe he didn't need it, yeah. But you know, it's that momentum swing. It's that mental boost, and now the stagger will be going on. Seth3 is. They actually, it's the extended stagger. Poor Seth3, dude.
Oh, man, talk about a mental boost. That's a mental drain.
that is a complete mental drain, and now their team's just going to take the 5v6. Not much of an option they really have, and just going to try and hold that space up top, but they're going to get met very quickly.
Yeah, Broccoli almost went critically low there. Might have been rewarding for a brief moment for Siena College. Now separated by the Maywall, split up just a little bit. Booker with their work cut out for them to keep the team together. It's going to be up to Captain Kill OG with his tactical visor if they can get it off, but they're faced up with just a tad. And ultimately eliminated. There's still a fight going on, though. There's still hope for Siena College. That's what the calls are saying right now. Pushing onto the objective. Ace is going to be looking to get value out of the Shatter, but in the presence of a Blizzard from Milky Way, might have a hard time finding that angle. There's Booker with an environmental elimination. A little bit of a trade there, an ultimate for a body. And this fight hasn't resolved either way quite yet.
It's leaning towards Quinnipiac, especially if Mayonnaise can get the pick onto the BAP. Not able to quite yet. Another, oh, they would have been taken out if it wasn't for that sound barrier. Now can try and push in. Tac Visor gets one, forces out the sound barrier as well from Booker to keep them and Captain Kill OG on board. But this point never flips throughout the entirety of this elongated fight. And Quinnipiac sitting pretty now, knowing they still have 4 ultimates and they can just keep holding point.
And they're securing more and more eliminations, drawing out more resources as well. There's the Blizzard once again, not getting anything, unfortunately, here for CJ Paul. Death Blossom is going to be mostly eaten. A hungry Sethri is going to be able to mitigate most of that. And the Amplification Matrix looking to swing the fight here as we draw ourselves into potentially losing fight, last team fight, last round territory. Ultimately, Siena College will be able to clean it up.
They will. Milky Way now going over to the Cassidy, going to be trying to deal with Captain Kill OG a little bit more at range. And Mayonnaise now off of the May, going to be going back onto that Doomfist, which seems to be a comfort pick for them. But Quinnipiac, you know, you get to 99%. You don't need to win this fight. If you drain Diva Bomb from this fight, maybe even force out another ultimate if they can build it up, you're draining the resources that you can use later on to win the following fight. And they are completely split
nice
right
wall.
now.
Oh,
It's a great wall, but it maybe just more harm than good. I think they're still going to win this fight, though. As actually, maybe not. The flank's coming in from the back.
Yeah, Ace is eliminated life as well. Mayonnaise is putting in a lot of work on this Doomfist. We saw a sneak preview of it last round, and here's the whole showing for you. Sethri looking to strike back and equalize with the deployment of the self-destruct. Does get just a tap, but in the chaos, the point has flipped for Quinnipiac University. Visor from the high ground, booped into the air. Captain Kill OG is unable to get that last touch. That's going to be first map going to Quinnipiac.
Yeah, first map, Quinnipiac. And you look at the record, you think, you know, this game could be pretty close. I think it definitely can be in the future. I think Siena just played a few of their cards wrong. And we're going to see play of the game here for Firewolf. This was the Shatter at the end of the first fight on second round. You didn't really need it, but why not? You
gotta use it.
Face. You gotta use it for the ego and for the mental. It just helps all of it start flowing, especially so early in this round and this entire match. The Maywall from Siena actually hurts them more than it helped them because it was a 3-3 split. 3 were going underneath. I think it was the Ana, Doomfist, and Diva went underneath. Everybody else was going up top. If that Maywall doesn't go down, they can just rush the 3 that are there, and the pinch doesn't come in as fast as it did. Instead, they wait for the Maywall to go down to push in because they didn't really get anybody. And at that point, the pinch comes through. The Diva and Doomfist each get a pick, and Quinnipiac can finally finalize the map. I can't wait to see what they do on Numbani because Rush really isn't that great on Numbani, and both teams seem to run it quite well, or at least like to run it. So we'll have to see if they throw a little bit of a curveball into the mix.
I think that you're absolutely right. There's a pretty reasonable understanding of the Rush style composition, which honestly reminds me of Goat's comp back in Overwatch 2017, right? For that basically entire year, that Brig just spooked all of our DPS players away. So the Rush composition, though, it's a very framework-oriented comp. You mentioned a little bit of this, but there's an order of operations. You know, once that Maywall is deployed, here's what you can do after that, or here's what you can do when you don't have it. I find that dive is a little bit simpler, but you still have some of those same principles. You know, here's how we play, here's the cooldowns that we use. Heading into Numbani, I think that if both teams can continue to demonstrate a mastery of these more team-style compositions, I think that we'll get to see some really effective dives.
Yeah, I hope they run the dives, especially at this first point. You can have the Winston just keep jumping up and down, build that ult charge and then Primal Rage and just push them right off the edge, or you don't even need it half the time. But for Quinnipiac, I think the biggest thing that went right for them that last run was actually having the Ana instead of the Lucio. which usually, and sorry, the Ana instead of the Baptiste, I should say. Because normally it's a little bit risky. You love having that immortality field. It's basically having an ultimate on cooldown, but they were getting such good value out of those anti-nades. It won them the very first fight on Sanctuary, and they were getting value out of those nanos, like keeping just a tad alive during one of those late fights on Mecha Base. So if they continue to get value from the Ana, from Broccoli, Quinnipiac has quite a win condition, especially with Milky Way on the Genji. So I'm very curious to see what they can do with the potential Nano Blades coming from Quinnipiac.
Yeah, Twin, I cannot figure out which one of these two DPS for Quinnipiac I'm more afraid of. Is it Milky Way with a Nano Blade and no defensive ult to speak of for Sienna, or is it Mayonnaise with a nice damage boost and some extra care from Cookie? We'll have to see. Mayonnaise already looking for those early instances of damage, start working towards that duplicate, wear out some of those defensive resources from Sienna. Dive from Firewolf onto the high ground is going to be confronted by Sethri on the main tank now instead of Ace. That double bubble composition thriving in the brawl, but in these early stages of this fight, looking to possibly suffer. Both supports eliminated here for Sienna College. This is the opportunity for Quinnipiac to move on to the objective and take it.
Yeah, what a pickoff for Broccoli. We're just telling their praises, and this time it's not a nano, it is not an anti-nade, it's just a normal shot onto the opposing main support, and it opens up the gates for Mayonnaise to come in from behind, gets two more on that back high ground, and they just continue rolling, not giving up the momentum they had on Busan. Sienna College now got to reset. Once again, they may even get picked off late here. Looks like they will be able to have all 6 members get out for now as they already make a swap. CJ Paul now on the Cassidy.
I love seeing the supports take matters into their own hands sometimes. You know, Ana is a healer instead of a DPS hero. She does mad damage. But speaking of mad damage, the focus beam kill eliminating Sethri brought back into the fray of battle by Booker's revive, and Cookie has well been eliminated by those Helix rockets. This means that Sienna can push back just a little bit, but they want to play tenuously around this corner. It's an easy corner to lose, as easy as it is to hold here.
Yeah, it's a decent spot to hold, but as you said, it can be easily lost, especially with the spawns being right there. The Nano Winston, I would think, maybe coming out if they don't want to do the Blade, but I think they're looking for either option right now. Primal is popped, though, and Milky now looking for a pick.
Ooh, and then the nano tethered at the very end of it. Sethri was anti-naded, gonna benefit from a little bit of that extra healing. But once again, there's no defensible. Milky Way draws the blade out of the sheath and does miss the dash. Is only able to get CJ Paul and Captain Kill OG on the run. Deploys the tactical visor at less than 10% HP. Is gonna live for long enough though to do a little bit of damage onto Milky Way and as well find the final blow onto Mayonnaise. That's some serious damage dealt here by Sienna College on the defense. Might help them secure the fight. Depends on if we can LOS this self-destruct from just a tad. Do successfully, and now Sethri with the aggressive dive is looking to thwart the rest of the attackers. Firewall going half HP and has to dip on out there.
And Milky Way going over to Soldier 76. Now he needed to hit that dash, and now going right back in, not taking too much time.
No, not at all. Tethers onto the Mercy with that Tesla cannon. Gotta watch out. Booker staying alive there. Nice Guardian Angel or nice Mercy movement just in general, as well as care from life to keep them sustained. But look at that. In the presence of the use of those support ultimates, you're gonna lose the mech from Ace, and that's an absolutely critical part of the defensive formation here. With Ace being taken out of the fight, Firewolf is free to proc the Primal Rage. We do get a reconnection here from Sethri, but they're not able to stay long.
Yeah, no, get slept, antied, killed pretty quickly on that point,
Yeah.
just away from getting that Primal Rage. And Sienna, you know, showing a little bit of fight. It's definitely better than what we saw on Busan, but still trying to grasp what Quinnipiac is running, just because, I don't know, Mayonnaise now with the Mercy Pocket still, with the Genji not being in play, is getting all the attention from both sides of the field, and we're going to be seeing how much value they can continue getting as Milky Way has attack visor in a sticky spot right now.
Lots of ultimates you'll see committed into this fight. It's going to start off with Life's Nano Boost. Sethri ends up getting slept once again. There's Broccoli popping off, as we've been calling during the entire series so far. We'll have to see how this fight ends up resolving. My feed is not actually taken from here, Salty.
Yeah, so Captain Kill OG has attack visor, gets one, gets their soldier counterpart, and now Quinnipiac just decides to retreat here, knowing that they don't need to win this. They have 4 minutes left still on the clock, so they have plenty of time just to reset. And, you know, Sienna did have to use a few ultimates in that fight. Ace is still out of mech, but will be going back into mech shortly here. So Sienna, they really don't have much except for the Deadeye when Quinnipiac has 4 ultimates on the ready, close to be 5.
Yeah, and they're going to be ready to use all of those. This is, you've gotten that cart past that first corner, so you'll be able to push all the way to the end with clever use of these ultimates. It's going to start off, as we anticipated, the duplicate onto the Diva, but they're going to be quickly demeched. It's just a tad self-destruct that finds the value here. Mayonnaise unable to get the remech kill. That's all right, because we have as well gotten Sethri out of the team fight. Quinnipiac is looking really strong to take this point all the way to that third objective. Booker on the run is able to tether onto CJ Paul, emerging back out with that Deadeye, like you mentioned, but unable to touch. No one was able to get on that point.
The one person that could not die early in that fight was CJ, because they had the only ult for Sienna. And I think they were probably dead no matter what, because they were in the bushes on that right side high ground. But they rolled outside right next to the Diva Bomb. I have a feeling it's not where they meant to roll, but they get taken out by the Diva Bomb, and instantly that fight changes tides, because your only big ultimate that can even just be used for zoning to give more time for your reinforcements to come back in is gone. Quinnipiac know that, and they just push in from there. A great time bank for them as they head into their defense. And Sienna, they're the team that needs to find some of those answers right now. As Quinnipiac, they're sitting pretty, and now they have the, it looks like the double air DPS, Air Force One, coming in on the defense.
Air Force One. I've never heard of that before. I have heard of Air Raid on Eichenwald. You hide in that little cubby just behind the first objective on defense, and then you all dive out at once. And maybe that's the look that we'll see from Quinnipiac. I want us to pay close attention in this next fight to Booker and Cookie, the matchup between these two. It's not necessarily, it's not necessarily the Mercy's fault here, right? But Cookie is able to bring these tempo revives to get Broccoli back in so that Quinnipiac can re-engage very quickly. And Booker, just because Sienna is under a lot of pressure, just is kind of forced to use that revive just to equalize man disadvantages. What kind of difference does that end up making as the team fight goes on?
It's been a huge ripple effect, because Quinnipiac has been setting the tempo every single fight and each map so far. It has not been Sienna's game to control. They're kind of just riding the waves when Quinnipiac is manipulating them, and for Sienna to win, they need to change that fortune, and so far they're just not able to. And again, another reactive res, because they need to keep their team in the fight.
Like I said, it's not the Mercy's fault. It's just, you sustain so much damage. You're using all of your healing resources, and then you have to use the last one. Sethri goes down, no revive to bring them back, and as well, you have aced out of the fight. Beautiful anti-nade, and then, of course, the focus beam from a potentially overtuned Echo. We won't have that conversation here, because it's a very short one. She is overtuned. That's going to be the resolution of this team fight for Quinnipiac.
Yeah, and I would think CJ is going to swap off of the Junkrat. Obviously, probably didn't think they were going to be running Echo and the Pharah together. Yeah, they'll be swapping over to the Soldier 76. Not a surprise there. But Milky Way already has the Barrage. Broccoli has the Nano to keep them alive during the ultimate if they need to use it. That or they can use it onto Firewolf to build up that Primal Rage. But they're rotating these ultimates so freely now. And I think Broccoli will finally at least get pressured on this high ground where nobody even looked at them the previous fight.
It's a missile, a sleep dart, but a connection to the Bionade onto Sethri. It's going to thwart them back just a little bit. They're able to get sustained right back up, but without those adaptive shields, the sustenance in the mid-fight for Sethri is going to be a little bit tougher. You mentioned the barrage coming up from Milky Way. We'll see it any second, but first you got to get the D-Mech on Ace. Now that that condition has been met, you strike the final blow, fight off the Deadeye. Beautiful connections there from Milky Way. If I could aim like that, I wouldn't be casting Overwatch, I'll tell you that much. Forced to revive. Booker does bring Captain Kilo G into the battle, but they're quickly dispatched by the barrage.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you think it's kind of cute you think you can get rezzed and live for too much longer. I'll just ult you just for the emphasis, because why not at that point? Yeah. Milky Way's been building it up so quick. Like, all right, we can just let the other air DPS use some ultimates this fight. Mayonnaise can be looking for the duplicate, probably on to CJ if I had to guess, that or aced. Is just a tad looking for the remech around this corner. They may get it. I don't know. I think the Cassidy saw him. So they rotate around, maybe
possibly.
not. No!
You missed! Unlucky just attack, going for a little bit of a meme play, and why not? Like we've asked many times this series, the prevailing theme of this matchup for Quinnipiac. Captain Killog forced in the corner. Oh, the remix attempted as well by Mayonnaise. It's a little bit of a meme fest here in this corner, and that's going to give Sienna an opening to actually push this objective. See if they can get out a tick or maybe the fight. In the deployment of the tactical visor, Firewolf goes for the primal and does find that final blow onto CJ Paul. With that, I don't think that Sienna can push here. They're definitely going to try, though. No, life is gone.
No, I think at this point you're far enough in that you kind of at least have to try and fight it out, maybe build up some ultimates for next fight, and force out some ultimates from Quinnipiac, which they do. Valkyrie's forced out, they use a Diva Bomb as well, and somehow underneath the little cloth there, the bomb goes through, but Res comes out nonetheless, and I think Quinnipiac maybe getting a little bit reckless here.
You would look at that pick and say that's a win condition, but so too is Cookie's revive. There's the nano boost applied onto Milky Way's barrage. Does help to secure an elimination onto CJ Paul in that window, that fraction of a moment before they got slept. Beautiful sleep cast there by Life, but is it enough to swing the tide of battle? It doesn't look like it is. You got 4 squishy heroes down main, and with a pick on a Broccoli, there's an opportunity here to really make a meaningful push, but you're pushing into overtime. Booker with the Valkyrie is the call to action to go onto the point and start getting those picks, but Cookie with another well-timed revive. Captain Kill OG with a double kill in the Deadeye. That's exactly what Sienna needs to really capture this point. All you got to do is dispatch the remaining members of Quinnipiac, and with a devastating anti-nade onto Firewolf, there's no sustaining on this point. That's going to be a first point capture.
It took them a little bit longer than they would have hoped, obviously, as it reaches OT before they cap. And now Captain Kill OG going to try and get that pick. They do with help of their Wrecking Ball. But what a Deadeye from them just to keep them in this game. It doesn't matter how bad it looks or how scuffed it is. You're still pushing. You're still in this game. That's all that they're going to care about for now. As this car continues to move already past the first corner. The overextension, a little bit too much, though, as it looks like Quinnipiac will be able to hold that first corner. At least try and push up to it with the 6v4 advantage.
Possibly trying to draw out some of those resources. Firewolf's Primal Rage would be a really good one to proc out right now for Sienna, looking to go on the aggressive. There's the duplicate from Mayonnaise. It's onto that Diva. Just a very free hero to go for the dupe there. There's going to be 2 self-destructs thrown into the back blind, but it's going to be the first one that gets 2 kills. Captain Kill OG and Booker both go down, and now Mayonnaise is free to wreak a little bit more havoc here with CJ Paul. Both hit scans out of the lineup.
Mayonnaise is just having so much fun this game. You can tell. Like, they're going for some of these just so random plays. Like, all right, I'll just plot my Diva Bomb here, and I'll just, you know, shoot with Baby Diva until I get out of Duplicate. Just because why not at that point? Just over a minute left. Sienna, they do have 5 ultimates. Gonna have 6 here in a second. Probably Book will have it in the mid-fight. Nice early sleep as well to force Set3 to kind of rethink their push.
But it does as well kind of bait out those Ana cooldowns. And needless to say, you don't need them. You found that environmental elimination onto Ace. Good stuff, Firewolf. This guy picked up their primal tech from Goujeway, perhaps. But you've still got 5 ultimates for Sienna, 6 ultimates for Sienna College. It's going to be the Minefield and the Valkyrie that we see emerging first. Good to not sink all of those ultimates into just getting around this first corner. We'll buy them a little bit of space here. This Tactical Visor, however, from Milky Way, a Nano, ends up going on CJ Paul. Means that the Visor is a little bit more meaningful, does more damage, and does the damage onto Cookie as well. Eliminated the fight. The supports here for Quinnipiac University are going to have to make that long trek back from spawn, the tanks, to re-engage.
Yeah, and they're hunting down Firewolf, trying to take them out of the action, and they do. A very late stagger onto the Winston, and now is just the Diva left behind. She, just going to jump off. Not a horrible idea there to manually reset. I don't think Quinnipiac is going to touch here. No, they're just going to let it roll in. Minute and a half, add it back on the clock, and it ain't pretty. But Sienna is still in this game, and now they can continue pushing here. If they can finish with any time left on the clock, that is going to be best case scenario, because you still want that win condition in overtime, not just a draw.
Yeah, exactly. Set3 might be able to do a little bit of damage. Unfortunate miss on that pile drive. It really looked like it should have connected there. Ace demect, but doesn't proc the self-destruct to re-enter. That means that the mid-fight is going to be a relatively short one here for Sienna, unless something really happens off this minefield. But with Booker going down, you're looking at, you just have to reset. Live does end up getting a trade, but Captain Kill OG on the back lines loses the 1v1.
They just lives mayonnaise, and now they're going for the ball. Once they have the heals, Nano's gonna go out on a fire. Wolf gonna try and build up that primal. Very close right now, and Milky Way in the back, in their back, just just firing shots, knowing that they can just push away the oncoming attackers. So one final fight here for Sienna to try and get back in this. It's a good start. Yeah, maybe a little greedy to try and get that. You already have ult. It's not like you need to build ult charge at that point. And maybe the opening, Sienna need to at least start the engagement.
I wish that we could have seen Seth3's Minefield come out this fight, but if the fight lasts long enough, they'll be able to build another one. Self-destruct thrown over the high ground, into the corridor, and it's 3! That's awesome! What a fantastic cast from Quinnipiac University's off-tank player. Looking to equalize, Ace throws the bomb, a little bit too high in the air, it doesn't connect. The rest of Quinnipiac are able to find cover. Technical visor in the choke from Milky Way is a do not disturb call for this choke, and also the objective as well. That's going to be map 2 going to Quinnipiac.
To what a perfect diva bomb. I think it might be play the game. He'll have to wait and see. It better be. Okay, good.
Been cheated if this
it just falls. The bomb just falls enough to where it just gets into that archway. If it does not, if it is a little bit too high and it hits the roof, it maybe gets 1 on the right side instead. Bomb just falls just enough to get underneath there where it gets in under the archway. The impact hits, it gets 3, finishes the fight, and any momentum Sienna had off that opening pick. And Quinnipiac, yes, maybe got a little bit overconfident at times, maybe had a little bit of overextensions at times on their defense, but they're just rolling, man, and they're proving why they want to continue rising in the MAC.
They are playing really well. I'm anticipating. Honestly, I'm anticipating a relatively quick conclusion to this series. Sienna has performed really well against previous matchups, but they definitely look a lot more challenged by Quinnipiac. Maybe it's maybe part of it is the fact that they've got their esports room and lab now, so they're playing on some really good PCs. Awesome to see the growth of esports clubs and organizations in the university. So maybe they got that those extra frames, extra processing power, helping them out.
Yeah, maybe just the little bit of help from that. Yeah, like, you never know. But we're going to go to break here just to give the teams a little bit of time to try and think what they're going to be doing on Hanamura for this map 3 and see if Sienna can start the momentum of a reverse sweep. We'll be right back with you in just a minute.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for not going anywhere, because we aren't either for the foreseeable future looking to round out this series between Quinnipiac and Sienna College. Sienna on the back foot, hoping that they can bring themselves back in Hanamura.
Yeah, gonna be looking for Hanamura to, start the reverse sweep. We've seen them happen before, so we can definitely see it again here as we'll be our third map. They're going to try and force us to Rialto in Nepal, but first they got to get it done here in Hanamura. And, you know, we talked about it a little bit before the break, and it seems like the mercies for each team. Booker for Sienna, and it was, actually, we have a sub for Quinnipiac. Scooty is in now on the main support, but it seemed like Booker, like, they were doing a good job. It just felt like they were getting caught out a little bit more by the DPS of Quinnipiac.
And as well, you know, you've got a couple of different kind of types of revives, and Booker is constantly having to use that, you know, let's come into this fight with 6 style revive, and you've got Cookies with these big tempo reses. You use one early, and then you're able to use another late into the fight. Interesting, Quinnipiac not having the mercy this time. Scooty to, scoot Quinnipiac around.
They're running the Bastion on offense as well. That is...
No.
See, talk about it initially, because I thought they were swapping. They are not. Running the Lego skin. And yeah, they're just... Yeah, running Bastion with double shield and Genji. They're kind of just throwing one of their weird comps at the wall, and, you know, maybe it's gonna stick. You just never... I don't even know anymore, Ethan. They're throwing some weird comps today.
Yeah, some weird looks, but hey, if anything's gonna stick, it is gonna be a Lego piece, and Mayonnaise has got that covered, already winning with that Lego Bastion skin. It was an exclusive one. I'm sorry if you guys missed out. Taking a position, an aggressive one on this high ground, looking to shut down CJ Paul, and that's kind of the strat here for that Bastion comp, is you just kind of deal with one thing at a time. Anti-nated Sethri is going to have to back off that high ground and look for a little bit of sustained drain on the support resources as the Bastion resets up on this high ground. Is that going to come into a little bit of trouble? Ace can't do anything against the nanoed Firewolf, swinging to winning here on this objective, scooting himself onto point and fortifying it with their presence. It's going to be a sleep onto CJ Paul. Little tragic, and a first point capture as well for Quinnipiac.
Yeah, you do still have the Mercy and the Soldier in the back here for Sienna, but I don't think life is going to be too long for them, as Captain Kilogy taken out. Booker just trying to get some shots onto Scooty. But yeah, Quinnipiac going to be capturing this point, and have 3 minutes added onto that time bank. And in the Genji Bastion, I don't even know what to call this comp. It's like a weird rush comp, but instead you have the Sigma in, which isn't, I guess, too abnormal. We've seen it a few times in the past. But with the Bastion and the Genji, Nano Blade not up quite yet. Broccoli halfway to their next Nano. But Quinnipiac have the resources available if they choose to.
It's Mayonnaise doesn't get caught up by the Shatter, interestingly enough, but Ace does manage to secure 2 after use of that ultimate. Looks like the defense will be able to stabilize, although it might only be briefly. If Sienna gets greedy here, they'll get in trouble.
Yeah, and I think they realize that, yeah, let's not be greedy. We're just going to continue holding the bridge and holding the high ground. It seems like CJ Paul actually maybe tried to go out for a little bit extra there, but not able to get anything from it, and able to get out alive. Now the Nano Blade is in place, Sound Barrier in play as well if they need to give it that extra health. And Sienna, they really don't have any answers for the Nano Blade. The only thing they really have is the sleep coming in from life. If they can land it, it is a very high risk, high reward play. If they can land it, it maybe saves them the fight.
Well, Scooty's already eliminated, so no sound barrier here for the attackers, but Nano Blade might just be all that they need. Firewolf casting themselves off the ledge there, making a, perhaps a noble sacrifice or a useless one. Ultimately, Milky Way will find that final blow into Sethri. Pick still coming in for Quinnipiac. And the Nano doesn't have, I'm sorry, the Visor does have a Nano tethered onto it. Doesn't need one! Although a trade was established there between Broccoli and Captain Kilo G. That's going to be a clear of the point by the Soldier for Sienna. That was a nutty finish.
He does enough. That's all he needs to do there, is to get those last few, because we've seen the replay here is Milky Way goes in. They're already down a few because we saw Firewolf jump off the edge, and I think Scooty gets picked off earlier in that fight.
Yeah.
So those 3 picks, there are plenty of what they need. And now Sienna, Roadhog's in play from Sethri now. Maybe some more solo pop-off potential. Also trying to deal with Mayonnaise now on the Doomfist.
Yeah, we're off of, those patchwork compositions. I would call those a Frankenstein comp, but, you've got so much hardware in there with the Bastion and the Genji. Quinnipiac is off of this cyborg composition, and they're now on something that synergizes maybe a little bit better. Milky Way's working towards that tactical visor. If they build it in tandem with this nano boost, then you might be looking at a really lethal win condition here. It's going to be, Captain Killer OG finding the stun, but on the run, Milky Way finds that final blow onto them, and with this left side push here for the attackers, they might be able to find some presence on this point. Broccoli with the nano applies it to the visor, already finding value. There goes Booker, aced as well as out of the fight. The duplicate forced out of form. Half HP Echo can't stay on that objective, but Sethri might be able to with use of the whole hog, and they get shattered out of it. It's going to be the Denai deploying it from the high ground onto the low ground, and as they drop, they're going to be pelted down by Milky Way's damage. A shatter as well as a nano unfortunately doesn't connect with that Rhine ultimate, but Firewolf is dispatched in the process. Now on the run, Quinnipiac are in danger of losing this point, especially with Broccoli under pressure there. But with the picks going either ways, they're looking to make sure that if they can stay in this fight, they will. But that's not how that goes.
Yeah, Sienna, at least they stall long enough. This round ain't over yet. Yes, they do give up 2 ticks. 69.8% is where it's at currently. And they do have to make a lot of swaps. They have no ultimates this coming fight. Quinnipiac is going to have the Diva Bomb, going to have Meteor Strike coming in from Mayonnaise as well. But they do enough of a job there to at least keep this round going, and that's something they couldn't do on Numbani, to reset their footing and actually put in a good challenge on the point yet again. Now they're going to have to do it fairly quickly, as they cannot afford to C9 this.
There's the shatter from Firewolf. It was a jump shatter, which always looks pretty flashy, and it's really the rest of the team's utilities that's finding the value here. Milky Way using an attack visor to clear Booker off the objective, and this is all but a fight win here for Quinnipiac.
Yeah, able to close it out. 109 on the clock, maybe 9 seconds more off that clock, and Sienna would have been pretty happy, but instead they need time on the clock in the time bank to have an overtime push if they do capture both points. But I think Quinnipiac, if they don't, I don't want to say troll, but if they don't throw out the kind of the weird comp that, the throw comp, I'll just call it that because it was just out of nowhere from them.
Yeah, that's
if they don't run that, I think they have like 3-4 minutes on the time bank. It just, it took a little bit of time once they swapped off of that comp to, build the ultimates again, get that economy going again. Once they did, they looked just like the Quinnipiac we've seen all series long. But Sienna did show us something we haven't seen from them in this series so far, is them being able to rebound within a fight or within a map, basically. Like, we never saw on Numbani. They could never get their footing back to normal. That time, they come back, they force them off point. Yes, Quinnipiac does win in that next fight, but they at least force them out and they win that fight to continue the map, at least for that extra minute, which you never know. It may become a factor if Sienna does capture this point with time.
So look at that, Twin. I mean, Quinnipiac were only able to capture that second point with a minute remaining in the time bank. I mean, how utterly doable this is for Sienna. Imagine not capturing both points of 2CP in the year of our Lord 2022.
Yeah, I think it's massively doable for Sienna. You gotta think, this is the best you've looked all day.
Yeah.
So this is when you gotta start charting the time. This is the beginning of a reverse sweep every single time as you look better on map 3 than you did maps 1 and 2. So if they can get it going here, I don't know if they're gonna expect the May. They almost get lucky with it. They can bring this back.
CJ Paul ended up getting caught out just a little bit. Sethri, ever the main tank for Sienna College, is able to step in and help prevent that lethal instance of damage. Not going to be able to stop it from being dished out by just a tad on the Sigma. A very powerful hero right now, and just one by one, Sienna will collapse, and when the dust settles, it's going to be Quinnipiac University.
Yeah, Quinnipiac able to hold on for now. As the Maywall maybe doesn't get the value it wants, but the Torb turret, on the other hand, is getting the value it needs. And I see a little bit of Torb going on EGF. You don't get to see him a whole lot. Been creeping back into the meta bit by bit as of recent, especially on a map like this where you can just force so much damage into Choke. Already has Molten Core, or will have it in just a moment here. But again, Sienna, they do have a few ultimates going up here soon. Life is going to use their nano, I'm guessing, on the Sethri to get them through Choke.
You guys saw briefly how low Firewolf went there, and with that pressure, it's going to necessitate the nano boost. That's a massive shatter! Firewolf is able to pick up 3, and then a 4th. It's Milky Way taking the final blow, but we know that that was Firewolf's work done right there. It's in their handwriting, and they had their mark on it. And now you're just looking for that final blow, and a Sethring might be able to find it here. The stagger is absolutely brutal for the main tank for Sienna.
Yeah, at that point, it's like, well, I'm dead. You know, tries to get the pin there, gets counter pinned, and just staggers himself a little bit more. I'm pretty sure Firewolf got knocked into the air when that shatter occurred, so it had that little bit extra hesitation, but it still lands, eliminating 3 within, I think, the first second or 2 of it going down. Now Milky Way gonna sub just for another May wall.
Oh, and it gets baited out as well. Seth3's really good at that, and there's the shatter as the hammer swings down to the earth. It's going to be only 1 elimination onto Firewolf, but unlike the other, the previous maps, there's not been a mercy to bring anyone back. He's got Kilo G on the high ground, delivering fatal blows with the tactical visor, and now confronted with Mayonnaise. And in this battle in this arms debate here, Mayonnaise might end up getting the final word, but Sienna College is rooted on the objective and might be able to take this. Yeah, that they will. Mayonnaise goes down, and there's little resistance left for Quinnipiac.
Yeah, it's gonna be Scooty. Just they actually put the nano on the Milky Way. They're gonna try to win this fight still. Milky Way just gonna stall more time in the ice block, throws down the May wall, and now somewhat Quinnipiac is back. They'll have Molten Core whenever Mayonnaise returns to the point, but they were the last to die. Oh. And do not tell me okay, no, I don't think Quinnipiac's gonna be able to bring this back. They lose 3. It's great stall time though. They're taking what, another 30 to 40 seconds off of the clock, so that's Blizzard coming out as well.
The Blizzard and the Molten Core.
Wow.
Quinnipiac is making this a winnable fight through sheer force of will. They're staying in it for long enough to draw out that time bank, but ultimately the stall has to come to an end. The resources all spent, to not no avail, but a little one. Maybe that little extra effort though makes big impacts.
I think it changes his time bank from being 3.5 minutes, from 4.5 minutes to now 3.5 minutes, because took a lot of time off that clock where they did use a lot of resources as well. Now Nano, good to look for the shatter, gets shattered themselves, and that's what happens when you have a little bit too much confidence in what a Nano Boost can do.
You know, it's the Nano Boost, the window, the Ant Matrix, as well as oh man, there's one more, that are just kind of shatter bait, like Graviton Surge. Like you get nanoed, and the enemy Rhine is always going to be looking for that shatter.
Yeah, always looking for it. Sienna gonna be having 5 ultimates still. Only one they don't have is that nano they just used. Quinnipiac on me on the back foot of that regard. See if Ace can get this grab down.
Nice shatter. It's going to result in a DMEC onto Just a Tad, and as well totally eliminate Scooty, who is sitting on this sound barrier. Booker with the sound barrier cast was able to sustain the team on the high ground for long enough for them to really make a meaningful push onto this catwalk here. Tactical visor deployed. Oh, and the beat gets off. Not in time to save Mayonnaise, but definitely to help prevent early picks onto Broccoli, Scooty, as well as keep Just a Tad in Meg looking to contest. There's a Riptire finding that final blow onto the flex support, or the main support here for Quinnipiac, and it looks like once again, just like first point, Sienna College is looking to strike back on these stall style heroes. Mayonnaise finding value on the Doomfist once again. What else could we possibly expect? And CJ Paul can only do so much. Look at that twin, 98.7%.
So reminiscent of when Quinnipiac just couldn't get it past on their attack, and now they bring it back. And the dying moments of this round maybe being over, 98.7%. Sienna, they at least do build up a lot of those ultimates back, or at least make good progress on it. But I think it's winnable now for Sienna. I haven't seen them look this good all day, and you can tell the confidence is building.
Yeah, you need them around to be there, but both Reinhardt's with this shatter. Who's going to win the mind game here? Both Rhines going critically low, and now Firewolf under a little bit of pressure from Captain Kilo G on the off angle. Might have gotten shut down because you don't feel them big game pelted. Nice block, and the shatter from set 3 as well, but a nano boost is onto a purpled main tank, which means they can't get support from the rest of the team. They're going to go down in decisive fashion, and Firewolf will be able to live long enough to find the nano boost applied to themselves as well, securing them a place on this high ground.
Yeah, Firewolf just trying to hold on up there, and it seems like, yeah, the rest of the team with the backup, just a tad, still out of mech, but, still trying to get some value as well as now. Sienna just gonna have to retreat here, have to regroup. Again, have to finish this map with time if they want to be able to win it. If they do not, the best they can do is a draw. They have Riptire, they have Tac Visor, Grab is on the way, Sound Barrier is there as well. They can get this grab off before Scooty builds a Sound Barrier, which they should be able to. Could change the tide.
Absolutely, but we'll have to see how the Storm, the deluge of ultimates that Sienna has in their pockets, how that Storm is weathered by Quinnipiac. Milky Way forced off of the high ground, eliminated by Captain Kill OG. That's a pick. It's time to go in, drop the Sound Barrier, and let's go, go, go. Tactical Visor on the high ground from Captain Kill OG. Might be able to find some value, but really it's just going to be chip damage. It doesn't elicit the Sound Barrier from Scooty, however. Able to cast that defensive ult a little bit late, maybe too late, as the Nano Boost onto the Tactical Visor helps to clear up 1, 2, and then 3. Milky Way is swinging this most of the series. That's 4 eliminations, and then a 5th kill onto Ace. Come on, Quinnipiac, let them have the final blow, the 6K. But they don't need it because they've secured the win. Quinnipiac walking away from this series 3-0. It's a 0. Oh, I almost said 0 and 0 at the same time.
We gotta see it again. I'm glad it's playing the game. My jaw is on the floor. I did not think there was a shot they could bring this back. Tac Visor goes out, gets 1, gets 2, focuses the soldier on the high ground. Somehow gets the Lucio in the mess of all those bodies, and you can tell at the end of that, his sensitivity, just mouse is going around, but he's like, oh my god, it's happening, we did it. Yeah. And what a comeback on Quinnipiac to actually force that, just the map to end right there, and you clean this series. It is a 3-0 sweep. They're now 6-4. That is a great place to be at this point in the season, because you had that bye week in play. So 11 weeks in, 6-4. You're sitting upper half of the standings. You were 14th going into today. So you're 12th, sorry. 12th going into today. Sienna was 14th. They're going to be dropping down a little bit after today. But you're maybe reaching top 10, which is a huge thing for this school, because that builds the confidence. Now you're solidified number 2 in the MAC, and you can really look to start bringing up to those higher teams that are just above you.
And, I think we're maybe a little before halfway, or maybe just halfway into the second split, and that's really the time to see ambition emerging from all of our contenders. Well played to Quinnipiac, really stepping up and showing us that they're more than competitive. They're thirsty for all the wins in the series that they're going to be playing in the rest of the second split.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they can do, as we have our interview with Firewolf coming up here soon. So stay with us. We'll be right back once we can get them in the call. We'll be with them in just a minute here.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a treat for you guys today. It's none other than Firewolf joining us in the booth for a brief post-game interview. Firewolf, congratulations on your victory.
Thank you very much.
So I have a quick question for you early on. We heard it is your birthday today. First, happy birthday from
you
the
very
desk.
much.
How did it play? Was it any extra excitement going in today? Like, it's your birthday, so why not? We got to win today.
Yeah, there was definitely some excitement. Definitely going into this week, I knew that it was my birthday on this match, and I'm like, oh, I gotta play. I gotta be extra motivated to play. And I think I was definitely extra motivated to play today for sure.
I saw that motivation really come out from all of the players for Quinnipiac today. Being a support main myself, I look a lot at support players, and I felt like your backline was just always there when you really needed it. Because we don't always catch everything, what are a couple of things that you noticed from your support players this series that you were just like, that was awesome?
Yeah, so Broccoli on Ana, especially with me on Monkey, like whenever we play like a dive comp and he's on Ana, I always got to make sure, like I've been having this issue recently where like he's not in my LOS a lot of times, so I always have to make sure he's in my LOS, and if I'm in his LOS, and if I'm in his LOS, I'll know he'll always have my back whenever like things get dicey or anything. And Cookie on Mercy is just like something else. She's definitely a different force to be reckoned with on Mercy. Her Mercy's really good.
We talked about it on stream, like Cookie, she was winning the Mercy game, especially when you guys, I think, were running the Pharah and the Echo together. It is definitely a tall order, but she did fantastic today. And what did you guys think going into today? Two very, very similar records. You guys were 5-4 entering today. They were 5-5, trying to battle for that top 2 spot in the MAC. So how were you guys feeling going into today?
We definitely knew that their record was very close to ours, like top, I think we're both within definitely top 4 of the MAC. So we knew that this was gonna be going into it. We were like, okay, we have to work, we're always like this, but we gotta do our best, since this is a MAC conference qualifier game, and since these count for the conference overall, we knew that we had to work extra hard for this.
And you guys definitely did. A couple of moments where you guys were able to have fun, have your cake and eat it too. But definitely it represents some of the ambitions that you guys have heading into the remaining weeks of the split. What are some of those ambitions? Don't give too many details. These other teams, doing a little bit of scouting for sure. But what do some of the plans look like for you guys?
We're gonna definitely obviously we have the MAC LAN coming up in a couple weeks. Yeah.
It's a roll up the back.
Yeah. We got the MAC LAN coming up in a couple weeks, so we're really looking forward to that, to meet. Oh my god. Yeah, we got the MAC LAN coming up, and we're really looking forward to meeting other schools and stuff. And we think we're gonna do our best. We're gonna do our best to try to get top 2 in the MAC, so we can qualify for the playoffs. We think we can definitely get at least the 2nd seed.
So the happy birthday song going out of the back with your team.
That was awesome.
Any shout outs that you want to have and say before you leave tonight with the win?
Yeah, shout outs to my team. They're always here. They always got my back whenever I'm struggling. And shout outs to Milky Way, because he filled in on DPS today because we didn't have our starter Grub. So he definitely stepped up today. He's over here. Yeah, he's normally our one of our tank players, so.
Well, he played extremely well for being a sub. I would have never guessed he was a sub on DPS. He played extremely well.
Yeah, he did play. He did play really good.
Congratulations, Firewolf. Happy birthday again.
Thank you.
Enjoy the night with your team.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
I always love, Salty, how wholesome some of these interviews get, and especially when you got a birthday in the mix. I mean, there's no choice but to go the route of positivity. That was Firewolf from Quinnipiac, and that's not all the Overwatch that we have for you guys today. Taking a look at the schedule, coming up next is it's not as if the series wasn't really exciting, but what I'm hoping will be a little bit of a longer series, and definitely that we'll get to see plenty of big moments. It is Wichita
Southern
State versus...
Utah. Yeah, Southern Utah, Wichita State. And I can't wait to look at Southern Utah. They for week 1 for them was last week. They were not in the fall split. They're coming in this split. They won last week 3-0. And you play a team like Wichita, who is pretty high in the standings. So this could be a huge game for Southern Utah to kind of put their name out there.
Should be very exciting. Definitely don't go anywhere. Stick around. We'll be right back at you with that series and some more Overwatch action. Welcome back, everyone, to a brand new series and a lot more exciting Overwatch for you guys. If y'all are just showing up, I am Lord Ethan, joining the booth by Twin Salty, and this is going to be a really exciting series, I anticipate.
Yeah, you got one of the old bloods in Wichita State who are 7-3 against one of the newer teams we have during the spring split in Southern Utah. So can't wait to see what Southern Utah can do after, getting their season off right last week. 3-1 win over Ryder. But now you're playing a heavyweight team in EGF in Wichita State, and you have to see if you can shock the Shockers.
Yeah, you would look at kind of the standings for either of these teams. You got heavy hitters on the side of Southern Utah, undefeated so far, although Twin Salty, I think that's because they've won one and had a bye, introducing themselves in the second split.
Yeah, it's still undefeated. It's 1-0, but it's still gonna hold that 1.0 win percentage. But yeah, now you have a true test because Ryder a little bit lower on the standings. Wichita State the complete opposite. So can't wait to see what they can do.
Pretty excited, and we don't actually start out, as opposed to last series, on a brawl mirror heading to Busan downtown. It's going to be not even 6-man like I would have anticipated. It's going to be that disruption style comp that we briefly alluded to earlier. It's going to be the hack on the Mega that allows Wichita to play around that zone. And with these disruption comps, it's kind of the distance game until it's not. There's the engagement onto the high ground from TW8, and Fluffy will end up going down, which means might be a slowdown here for Wichita.
Yeah, they're kind of stuck in this Mega health pack room, just getting poked at by the Tracer. Zemetic able to get out, but point captured by Southern Utah first. Great start for them.
Yeah, really good stall as well with that elimination onto the Sombra for Wichita State. They're coming up soon on that EMP. Just gotta keep farming that damage, but ooh, don't die there. Stun from Compress made it look very losable there, made their lives look very endangered. More stuns, however. That's that Brick Bash isn't all that we get. TW8 learns that lesson the hard way. He's still waiting on this re-engagement.
Yeah, kind of just poking at him bit by bit here, maybe trying to build up an ult, but TW able to be taken out early on. Compress with the flail shot and knocking them off the edge. And now Wichita State kind of in an awkward position trying to hold this main ground, but Southern Utah very happy to just let him sit there and continue making progress on point.
It's like I said, you know, it's the distance game until it ain't, and here's the connection. Haka, or the EMP, comes out. It's a 6-man as well into Southern Utah. Archimedes will be the first final blow there, but look at that devastating anti-nade delivered onto TW8 and Sparky. Sparky is going to look relatively unscathed, but TW is looking so incredibly low. A swing of the fight for Southern Utah in the presence of a massive EMP. That is a decisive, or that's a really good fight win.
A great fight win, even with that 6-man EMP going down from Wichita State. Yes, they get an opening pick. The pulse bomb from player just doesn't land the way they would have to. And in turn, Southern Utah, they're still holding on 3/4 of the way, and they still have plenty of ultimates at their disposal. You gotta think, for Southern Utah, man, this is quite a start for you. If, you know, first real game.
Yeah, it is actually. Spinning to winning, Archimedes is able to just free swing because you got the self-destruct already, finding value onto player. Deployment on the minefield, nice pile drive to help clear up a little bit of that space, but definitely Compress wants to swing a little of those, proc that Inspire, keep the team healthy because you have Trasherlin coming in with the rally, helping to bolster the defenses for Wichita State, helping them root themselves onto the objective. Compress goes down, and so does the other support for Southern Utah, meaning that this is a very winnable fight for Wichita. They just got to play their cards right. The D-Mech onto Dampley, their proc to use the self-destruct. It's not going to find value, but they will be able to remech with it. Fluffy and Dampley finding their picks. You know, they get theirs, and hopefully swinging the fight here. Now Dolphin is out of mech and hacked as well. Gonna have a hard time staying on this point, and it will flip eventually for Wichita.
Yeah, eventually gets the flip to go. Relax Docs actually able to get back, gets the Tracer before they're hacked and then discorded and then taken out. But what a great start for Southern Utah. They set the tempo, they captured the point first after Wichita State rather. Had a good setup over in that mega health pack room, and now they have the EMP, have Pulse Bomb waiting as well. Gonna try and maybe hit the Diva of Southern Utah. Almost gets slept, but they know they're around, and Fluffy but deadly just got to play it a little safe.
6-man EMP, but we or hopefully another 6-man EMP, but we need the follow-up to it as well. There's 5 hack, not quite that 6, but it's still just as devastating. Another miss of the pulse bomb from player, so unfortunate, but if this fight ends up playing out like previous ones, it's just gonna go Southern Utah's way, and with the self-destruct kill onto Sparky, no transcendence to speak of to help them sustain in this fight. It's just gonna be a top-off game here for Reladox as the rally comes out from Compress. Minefield deployed by TW, but it's just gonna be quickly dispatched, not before finding that Brigida. So no more armor HP building on the side of Southern Utah, but you don't need it. There's not a touch here from Wichita.
Yeah, nobody gets on the point. You can see a few around it, but nobody able to touch in the long run. What a start for Southern Utah. As you look at it from who they played last week against Rotted, they only beat them 3-1. You gotta think a team that is now 3-7, you may be wanting to sweep them if you really want to hit above your weight. Well, this is a way to do it. You know, you win Sanctuary, you're heading to Mecha Base, sorry, not Sanctuary. You win downtown, now you're heading to Mecha Base. Both teams now on the rush, and Southern Utah, man, I don't know. We obviously don't know a huge amount about them with this only being their second game, but they're showing up when it matters.
You know, I do have to wonder, though, sometimes, Salty, if the control point game mode is really... if it really shows us kind of how well the teams can play in this kind of team-oriented setting. Heading into Mecha Base, where it is going to be these brawl, rush-style compositions, you're definitely going to see that team play tested considerably more. A stun onto Zemetic is going to slow them down, and definitely the wall is going to help out with that as well. Decisive fight win for Wichita here to start off the map.
Yeah, that Mei is just a huge weapon. We saw it in the previous game, even though not as much as we thought we were going to, but player on that Mei able to get a lot of value, able to capture the point first this time around. And, you know, with that Mei wall in play, you have to play completely differently if you're Southern Utah. They're going to try a fast rotate, but it seems like Wichita State have found it out. Maybe just in time.
Parted like the Red Seas. It's another massive split delivered by player. You know, you forgot a word in there, Twin Salty. You said with that Mei wall. I think what you meant to say was with that massive Mei wall there erected by player. You're going to find some eliminations as well as another fight win. You lose TW in the process, but they got their shatter. They'll be coming back.
Yeah, I think the Reinhardt just trying to get out for Southern Utah. I think, yeah, Wichita State, they let him. They get out in time. And Southern Utah now, a little bit more resistance than they're used to. And they also swapped their main tank and off tank around. Archimedes was on main tank last game, maybe just more comfortable on the Wrecking Ball as they're now on the off tank on the Zarya. So maybe that's something we need to look at as D-Bomb is sent through. Gonna make some space. Oh, whoa! That's
Oh, look at that double Deadeye kill and a critical hit finish through the window onto Zemetic. That's the kind of team gameplay that I was talking about, hoping to see with the rush style comp being emerging from Wichita State. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, beautiful stuff as, yeah, Diva Bomb gets sent in the back, makes everybody drop off of the high ground. It sets them all right up for Fluffy but Deadly to get a few pickoffs as they really don't have anywhere to go. A nice little headshot there as well to finish off the Reaper. And now 7-timer set. That is not what you want to start off though. A fire strike straight to the face.
Yeah, but you know, Fluffy got theirs, and the Blizzard is going to clear up this choke, but you got to watch out. Zemetic is somewhere lurking around on this off angle. Nice block on the Shatter, utilized by Dolphin to no avail. Another May wall, but it isn't going to split Southern Utah. There's the Nano applied onto Dolphin, helping them to not only sustain in this fight, but deliver a deadly final blow onto TW. Without the main tank here, Wichita State will begin suffering, especially without the off tank. No defense matrix to eat the Deadeye from Periwinkle, which claims 2.
Claims 2, maybe didn't need to use Deadeye, but in the end, you only used 3 ults, so it's not the worst case scenario. If you Southern Utah, you still have Grav coming up from Archimedes. Zemetic also has the Death Boss coming up, and you have the Sound Barrier to try and counter something from Wichita State. So not the worst case in the world. They have to kind of loosely hold this corner because of the May being in play, and they're finding that out. Why right now?
Oh, in play and heavily utilized right there. The Death Blossom is going to claim the Immortality Field, but nothing else. Dispatched by Fluffy is Zemetic out of the fight, and already you see Southern Utah is a little bit on the ropes here, hemorrhaging manpower and resources like the Zarya personal projected barrier. Archimedes has to find an opportunity to use this grab. Reconnecting to the fight is going to be Dolphin, but without supports, there's no sustenance on this objective. The grab thrown out in a final act of desperation and potential last team fight territory, but no follow-up to speak of.
No follow-up. At that point, you just gotta chuck it in if you're Archimedes. And it looks like we are going to around the wall placed down, and oh, poor Periwinkle, just not able to get through as she just tries to shoot at the wall for as long as they can, and eventually gets through, but just gets obliterated as soon as she does. So round 3 on the cards for map number 1, and I think to what you said, downtown is very much a chaos comp realm, as we're going to see it again here on Sanctuary. Teams love to run it, and Mecha Base is a little bit more teamwork to that, using the May wall to advance. Make sure you have the right rotations as a full 6. You're not going to see that on Sanctuary as much. A lot more poke, a lot more chaos going around, definitely benefiting Southern Utah at least a little bit more when we saw it on downtown, but I think Wichita State maybe making those small adjustments going into Sanctuary.
I'm hoping to see a lot more from Wichita's Disruption comp. I feel like we didn't get that heavy engagement style gameplay that I was honestly really looking forward to from them on downtown. Have to see how things change here on for Sanctuary. Southern Utah has a really great execution of this comp, though, in my opinion, and I think they'll continue making it work to success.
Yeah, early hack onto the Tracer, barely gets out with their life, but able to get the 2 early eliminations, and without their Wrecking Ball. Southern Utah just electing to regroup, don't want to push it and give too much ultimate percentage over to Wichita State. So they're just going to let that point flip over and just try and get ready for this next fight, not knowing that TW877 and player both in their backline coming through.
It's a single power drive onto Reladox on the Ana, but it's a meaningful one. Player able to come in there and find the follow-up. Fantastic stuff with that support gone, and Periwinkle out of the fight as well. Despite a trade being present, the Discord Orb maximizes the damage dealt to Southern Utah on the objective. Sparky able to disengage and re-engage at will, and I really anticipate Wichita cleaning up this fight. Yeah, there goes Zemetic. There's no reason to continue contesting here. Southern Utah, get familiar with the spawn. You can leave it soon.
Yeah, and they do at least get some point percentage here. They do flip it. Maybe a little bit something Wichita wish they did not allow.
Yeah.
As they're going to be losing about 20-25% here once this stagger gets done, it'll be probably 26% actually on that point. So they could be at 50% already, instead just getting over the hump of where Southern Utah were able to get. But Wichita State looking clean now. They seem to have hit their groove. Not the shiniest of their plays in round 1, but rounds 2 and 3 have been showing the beautiful sides of this team. And now with ultimates in play, this EMP Diva Bomb could be dangerous.
Could be, but this position is a good one to play around if you're looking to defend against the bomb. And the EMP gets canceled. Fluffy ends up getting eliminated in the process of the cast. There's the self-destruct as well. Damply just committing to the play there. But again, that territory, that position isn't a great one to play in. Transcendence procced out a Sparky just in time to mitigate the self-destruct onto themselves from Dolphin. And it's an all-out brawl fest here between the disruption comps on the objective. Trashulina ends up getting taken out. Compress traded as well. But the picks are all favoring Southern Utah. It's a waiting game here to see how long Wichita can stall.
Yeah, the tanks for Wichita just trying to stall us out a little bit more. Almost able to get a few members, but eventually the point flips. And now, yeah, TW just going to be able to get out. Damply cannot say the same, however, as they do not have a grappling hook to speed themselves out. Southern Utah able to have a few resources still available. Periwinkle has the Deadeye. Going to try and maybe catch off Player or Fluffy but Deadly. But they do have a little bit of time here to try and figure out what they want to do. Wichita State has the rally online. And if they can get that off and get armor to everybody else, could be a game changer in the mid-fight.
That armor, you know, nothing makes my heart sink so much as hearing, I love teen men in my comp games from Red Team. There's a pulse bomb deployed. It sticks as well. It's going to claim Relidoxin as well. Player will follow up with an elimination onto Compress. Those are 2 solo kills and then a triple for Player coming in massively, not so much clutch, but just absolutely a massive contribution from them.
And they didn't even need the rally. You know, they used the field to kind of separate Southern Utah away from the point. And then the pulse bomb from Player just gets so much value, and the dive follow-up afterwards as well gets so much. Southern Utah now need to win this fight, need to win the next fight as well, just to stay in it.
Have to see what the engagement looks like. For now, it's just a rush to the objective. That's a beautiful sleep, and an even more beautiful eat on the pulse bomb. Damply consuming that ultimate for breakfast. Minefield on the objective. Perfect opportunity for Fluffy to go for the EMP here, but they're going to hold on to it just for a little bit. Damply finds the remake kill. Relidox, perhaps a lurid fantasy has been fulfilled as Diva finds the step on them, and Compress as well goes down. Archimedes quick to follow after until it's only Dolphin remaining here for Southern Utah. Unable to stay on the objective or in mech. A reconnection from the DPS is imminent. Zemetic and Periwinkle on those fast retouch heroes, but Player and Periwinkle, or I'm sorry, Player and Zemetic are found in a 1v1 deployment of the pulse bomb. Does find Relidox again. That's 2 kills from Player with the pulse bomb to Relidox. 1 with the stick, 1 without, but hey, we'll take what we can get. So TW is connected to the objective, helps to dispatch Zemetic, but Archimedes is still spinning to winning, looking to stall, unable to do so after they get hacked, and I mean, it's all but over for Southern Utah.
Yeah, just trying to stagger it out, trying to see if there's a glimmer of hope, but that glimmer of hope is gone. Wichita State, they fight back, they complete, I guess, the mini reverse sweep within the map and win Busan 2-1. And maybe showing Southern Utah like, yeah, you won last week 3-1. We let you maybe win that first round. This is the EGF standard here, is the Shatter, and not even the Shatter, it's just this Maywall. They can just swing away at this. The assist for everything here goes to Player for setting up that Maywall, opening up the opportunity for the Reinhardt just to swing away, get the pin, and just press W. Wichita State, they're back at it again. The win against Hawaii last week built some confidence, and now you play a new team who really doesn't have any fear, doesn't really know what's going on as either where in the hierarchy, and I think for tonight, they just got to show them their place.
That's what Wichita came here to do, racking up those wins, propelling them further up into the leaderboards, and with some really good executions on 2 different styles of composition. Although similar styles of gameplay, you know, both comps that they played so far have relied on that heavy engagement style. That's as soon as you're committed to the fight, you sink a bunch of cooldowns into it, the amp speed for your Rhine to engage, and use the fire strike or a pin in, as well as you use the boosters and the grappling hook into a pile drive defense matrix. So you're seeing big commitments made early in these fights from Wichita State. I'm eager to see if they continue with this style of gameplay or if we end up seeing something a little bit more slow-paced. If you see the decisive kind of pick our fights carefully dive style, or perhaps some double shield composition. I won't complain about watching some Marissa.
Yeah, I think maybe the double shield comes into play on Hanamura. I don't think we're going to see much of it on Numbani, which is our second map. Maybe some of that choreographed dive we're going to see in Numbani. It seemed like Wichita State, though, had that on lock. We showed it. It was TW and player going on to the Ana in the back, just pile drive. The tracing on the tracer was just ridiculous. Takes out the main source of healing in that comp. And from there, Wichita State can just pick apart the Thunderbirds. But Southern Utah, still door wide open for them to get back into this game on Numbani. A little bit favored to that Chaos comp they looked good at on Sanctuary, but maybe need to show a little bit more, I guess, finesse on how to play against that Sombra.
I mean, it's just when she can hack you around corners, what is the counterplay really? At one point, the counterplay becomes you don't pick an engagement against the Sombra, right? Or if you know that the Sombra is somewhere, you see her lurking somewhere, you just dip on out of there. It's kind of a similar principle playing Winston, right? In the dive comp is you don't just dive onto any person. You got to be really picky with your engagements. So I think that I definitely want to see a little bit of that trepidation from Southern Utah going on the attack, but it's not something that I think we'll observe from Wichita State on this more traditional dive comp.
Yeah, more traditional dive coming from them on the defense. Fluffy but Deadly having the pharmacy combo with Trasher Lin. And we'll have to kind of wait and see how Southern Utah is going to react to it. They do have a hit scan and Periwinkle again on the Cassidy to try and deal with this Farah. But also have to deal with Player, who is going to have their own air DPS they have to deal with, and Zemetic on the Echo. So this far back hold from Wichita State, just going to wait for Southern Utah to make the dive and then maybe try and counter dive the backline.
Archimedes gets a glimpse onto there and then says, I'm going to wait just a little bit longer and make sure that I'll be clear to actually engage. But Archimedes is half HP, and so too is Dolphin. They're going to go on a heavy engagement here anyways. Dolphin maybe a little bit preemptive there. Might find themselves caught out, able to secure the Mega, but in the chaos, Periwinkle is going to go down. That's an okay trade, and you can still make something out of this for Southern Utah, but you gotta have the resources to commit. Without the mech, you certainly don't.
Yeah, especially with Barrage online as well already for Fluffy but Deadly. They know they don't have a defense matrix they have to deal with for another 5 or so seconds, but I think they're just gonna accept that. Yeah, we can just hold this corner still. Don't need to use the Barrage quite yet. But yeah, what a build-up on that. Bob already 3/4 of the way there already, and Player just using this back high ground to the advance, keeping Zemetic away for the most part until the Mercy caught out.
Fluffy might have a hard time in the skies here. Both tanks for Southern Utah are pretty good at helping to handle the far. Archimedes with a nano boost as well is going to be doing a ton of damage if they can find the connection. But the nano might have come in too early. They were sitting on the opposite high ground, unable to grapple or pile drive onto that opposing defensive formation. TW does find the elimination onto Periwinkle with help of the nano, an aptly timed one at that. And we might see this defensive composition really thrive here in the mid fight. Yeah, there goes Archimedes, and with the Bob, Dolphin is out.
Yeah, everybody from Southern Utah just has to either die or regroup, and it seems like for most of them, die was the answer on the Jeopardy board. But Wichita State still holding on to the Barrage, kind of playing it out safe, maybe more just playing mind games more than anything else. Is Southern Utah, well, you got your double shield. Did not think we were going to get it on Numbani, but they do pull it out. The Sigma Orisa is online, and they're going to try and push through. I'm sure they probably try and push on this near high ground and trying to hold top. But then you lose a lot of pressure to force the back line of Wichita State with those antis just doing so much work.
Nice barrage as well. Most of it ends up getting synced into Archimedes' kinetic grasp, but they'll still end up going down anyway. So without that off tank, Southern Utah is looking a little less confident on this push here.
Yeah, kind of just waiting it out. Have to wait for their off tank to get back into the fight. And Wichita State, they're playing this perfectly, knowing they can hold this top corner as long as they want. And they're Ash and Ana both on this back high ground. And Southern Utah the only real person that can really challenge them is the medics. So they know they can kind of sit back and look pretty.
Archimedes on the low ground is a pretty tragic place for them to be. Unable to mitigate the Tesla cannon damage onto them. Fluffy does end up getting eliminated. However, Zemetic with the duplicate onto the Diva form is going to make tons of space. So too will the self-destruct thrown onto the high ground, but it ends up dropping down. Ultimately, that doesn't matter. You find Comprex, the Primal Rage environmental kill onto Relodox means that this push is over for Southern Utah.
Yeah, it is all the way done. A nice little
Nice
hip
shot,
shot there from
I like
Player.
I like that a
Take
lot.
out Zemetic, and the double shield gamble for Southern Utah has not worked. You just don't have the damage output to try, or the pressure even, to try and pressure that backline of Hanbei and Player who just have free reign. And then you also have to worry about Fluffy but Deadly on this far, who almost has another barrage online.
Oh, that's going to be absolutely terrifying to go up against in the last teamfight territory. Archimedes with no adaptive shields. That's the ability that helps you sustain the mid-fight. Zemetic taken out by Player as well. Hemorrhaging manpower. Southern Utah is going to have a difficult task ahead of them staying on this point. It's not difficult, though. It's made quite simple on the side of Wichita, saying, that's all right. You don't have to stay. We'll knock you off and force you into a position where you can only draw or lose now.
The perfect rotations from Wichita State. Like, they knew, especially early on, they don't have to hold that top corner. Like, there's no reason to. You can just hold back. And Southern Utah honestly had the right composition earlier on to try and dive that back line, but they could just never get it to work. And then I'm not sure where the double shield call came from, but then you do not have Lucio speed to try and get you up on the high ground faster, to make sure you don't get hit by an anti-nade at choke, which happened time and time again from Hanbei. You can tell they've just been practicing that in the practice range. And then once you get up there, it's like, all right, who do we shoot at? Because everybody else is either going to be underneath you, waiting for you to drop, or hiding on that other side high ground. So it was just perfect execution for Wichita State. And now Southern Utah, the best you can do is draw. You got to try and throw something out on the board. It's like the Chaos comp that won them Sanctuary on Busan is what they're going to run with for now.
Would you have wanted to see a more traditional dive comp emerge from Southern Utah on their attacking phase there, as opposed to the double shield, or do you think that either way it would have been a gamble?
I would have loved to see it maybe get moved. It's hard because with a traditional dive, you probably go and dive Hanbei and Player on that backline, but then you're leaving your backline open to the counter dive that Wichita State has been able to do. It's such a catch-22 scenario that I think they weren't even sure on what to do.
Yeah, definitely. And they're going to have to find a solution now, though. You know, they've got to make something happen on their attacking round. Fluffy able to get in some good early instances of damage, but, I mean, if you want to talk about early damage, there's an early pick for you. Hanbei going down is absolutely brutal. It means that there's no push here until we get the revive onto them. Trasher Lin does bring Hanbei back into the fight, which means that Wichita will be able to make this a meaningful push here.
Yeah, and Player is just waiting for this to go in. Now eventually dives through. Now going to be trying to look for the backline up top, and that's the kind of pressure that Southern Utah never really had on their attack.
Breaks on both sides as well, but until DW comes in with a pick onto Relodox, that's half the sustain here. Compress might be able to find the revive onto them, but at that point, do you revive Periwinkle or your other support? It's going to be Player eliminated in the fray, and Zemetic is getting a lot of value off this Pharah pick as well. Oh, did Trasher Link get away with a secret revive?
They do for a little bit. They res Player, but they are quickly taken out. Let's see if Player can build up that pulse bomb here to finish off this fight, as they are down members right now. Fluffy but Deadly. They're going to be taken out by the Diva. Player is the only one left. You're going to maybe try and throw in a pulse bomb. They don't even get to, in the end, a great recovery defense from Southern Utah to keep the round going for now with almost half the time off the clock. And now you have ultimates at your disposal. You cannot use too many, though, here. I think all you really need to use is maybe Minefield to separate Wichita State on point. And then maybe a Nano or Barrage. I think 3 is where you want to cap in this fight, if possible, but obviously you can't lose.
Yeah, you know, at that point, if it's to win it, you've got to sink everything you've got into there. Player goes down, which means now's the time to ult for Wichita State to compensate for the man disadvantage. On top of the Nano, TW is going to be able to withstand most of the barrage cast by Zemetic, as well as find that pick onto Reladox. Nice patience from them on that dive. Dual self-destructs cast from either side. Dolphins doesn't get anything, but Dampleys does onto Dolphin during a remake phase. TW with the Primal Rage Kill into Periwinkle is going to weaken the attacking power of Southern Utah. They might be able to compensate with Dolphin back in mech and back in the fray of battle. An anti-nado to compress is going to lead to a lethal instance, a lethal final blow there, but TW is finally out of the fight. That's a lot of the action that you've been seeing from Wichita State. A lot of space created, but they're brought back. Trasher Lynn says, "You are my win condition," and says, "Get back out there. You're powered up." And with a little bit of a damage boost, able to find that final blow onto Periwinkle. Out of mech, Dolphin's gonna have a hard time, and just one by one, eventually Southern Utah will yield that objective to Wichita.
Yeah, Wichita State, they eventually battle through, they win the map, they take the 2-0 series advantage heading into Hanamura. It looked a little sketchy for a little bit there. It seemed like Wichita State had very similar issues to Southern Utah, to where they can get their foot in the door, but for them it wasn't as much pressuring the opposing high ground. It was just getting enough people on the point and actually dealing with the people on point that there was their issue for the longest time. As we can see, triple Diva Bomb sent out, because I think, yeah, both Diva Bombs sent it, and then, yeah, the Echo sends it out as well. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. The only one that gets is Dampley. The other two just make space. We got that's don't get that very often either.
Yeah, you do see. I mean, I mentioned earlier in the previous series, but the duplicate onto Diva just ends up being so remarkably powerful. But what are you gonna do if confronted with 2 bombs? Someone's gonna have to die.
Yeah, basically, you have a bomb up on one side of the high ground, you have a bomb on the other side. It's like, where do you go at that point if you are Southern Utah? I will say this, Southern Utah, they looked better on that defense. They looked way better than we've seen them within the last 20 minutes. Maybe Busan Sanctuary was like the only other time that we really saw them look this good. And you go to Hanamura, they showed they want to run the double shield. I think the big question is, if they do run it, can they run it successfully on the defense, or will they suffer the same issues?
We'll have to see. Heading Hanamura for our next map. We're just going to keep going right along with the action here in the booth. I'm excited to see the double shield get a little bit more value on Hanamura. It's a map that that strategy is a lot more viable, and as well, I mean, Twin, you've seen it, how quickly paced Wichita wants to keep this game, right? Or these matchups, right? The team fights are all heavy engagement. It's a very lightning quick decision making, target prioritization. If you're gonna confront that, an easy way to do so is by slowing down your opponents with something like double shield.
Yeah, you run the double shield. I would love to see a little bit more Brig coming out of Southern Utah as well, just to deal with those dives. Even just hitting them away with the flail. Make sure like they're guessing on where they're gonna land up, instead of, all right, I know I have a clean dive, I know exactly where to land, I know exactly where my follow-up is going to be able to be, as well. As we've just seen that dynamic of the main tank and the Tracer just going at it time and time again. It just seems like Thunderbird Gaming just don't have anything to do against it. They don't know how to counter it. And again, there is positives from Southern Utah. We saw a lot of good things, but I think Wichita State, it is a seasoned team. They know exactly what they're doing in EGF, and I think that's showing today so far. But going back to last week on their game against Hawaii over on EGF Overwatch, they struggled a little bit on 2CP. Hawaii almost won that map. It took it to, in Wichita State barely squeaked by, if it wasn't for a small mistake by Hawaii. So I think if Southern Utah is going to bring it back, Hanamura is definitely the map to do it.
I like how you say that, Twin. A small mistake, and that's really, when you're looking at high-level Overwatch gameplay, it really is just down to those small errors that lead to significant consequences. Both good and bad, right? But these high-level players, they understand that there are fights that you sink 6 ultimates into. just as well, there are fights that you sink 2 cooldowns and 1 ultimate into, and that's all that you need to win it. And it's these guys, both teams so far, I've seen this from. Definitely a lot from Wichita. It's their understanding of that pace that you have to play the game. That I think is giving them a really good advantage, and that I think might help Southern Utah as well.
Yeah, I agree with it. Southern Utah running the rush, you know, it looks like they're trying to get that sim TP either on the point or onto high ground, Fluffy but deadly. They're running the far again, already a quarter of the way to the barrage, and you gotta think Southern Utah, it's like, man, we have no hit scan. The only people who can really even look at Fluffy but deadly is going to be Archimedes and Compress almost dead. You have to use their mortality.
Oh, no, don't do it. Let Relidox play, man. No, that's going to be a quick cleanup of this first fight.
Very quick cleanup. And Hanbei also gets the Antony down on the teleport. It's perfection on how you try and deal with the teleport. And now Fluffy but deadly, they basically have Barrage already, which is a very scary thought. You're already 1 fight gone. That ultimate is online, so if you can try and demech Archimedes or try and find the backline with no Diva Peel available, you get easy value and easy fight win. If you're the Shockers, it looks like it's exactly what they're looking for right now.
That was I think it was a 48-second barrage build. It's not necessarily, it's not record time, but it's still absolutely daunting. You know that there's no way Southern Southern Utah is tracking that. Beautiful conk blast into a rocket there. Relidox eliminated first in the fight, and then Periwinkle as well. Who needs barrage? Just keep landing direct hits here, Fluffy.
I honestly think that's what they're thinking. It's like, you know, Barrage can kind of be a self-destruct button as well, just because it leaves you so wide open. So why not just keep playing normal? They have no answer for you right now. Zvetic now going to be over onto the Echo and maybe try and challenge you in the air a little bit. But they're going to get challenged by a player who's been a great Ashe player throughout the entirety of this series. Southern Utah, they're going to get... Why? That's interesting. Okay, so they're going to go on the Cassidy instead of the Echo, which I like. But they're on the Wrecking Ball instead of the Diva, which there goes your entire appeal for your backline. I worry a little bit now, as I think Fluffy but Deadly's already realized.
Yeah, I know. It knows that there's an opportunity here now without the defense matrix. Southern Utah was hapless. Were enough for the stun in the immortality field, able to mitigate most of the damage delivered onto their formation. Zemetic will go down a noble sacrifice, but it's not enough. It's gonna be Fluffy continuing to to barrage damage. Southern Utah. Barrage Southern Utah with their damage. Oh, man.
Yeah, and Dolphin's like, all right, we need the Diva. Goes over to the Diva. Zemetic, they're basically playing mystery heroes at this point, going over to the Tracer now. As, it seems like Archimedes, yep, you dove maybe a little bit too early, as all the attention is on them. Fluffy but Deadly definitely staying true to the second half of their name, as they've just been the thorn in Southern Utah's side the entirety of this map, and even last map. And I just doesn't seem like Southern Utah have an answer. They do have Window and Tac Visor this fight, and with some pressure in the backline, maybe it leaves an opening.
It needs, it's this strategy hinges on big plays from Zemetic, and Trasherlin is taken out. Oh, nice Visor kill onto Fluffy as well, but Zemetic has been traded in the process. Ultimate's exchanged from Wichita to keep them in this fight. The bomb does get Relidox. Poor Relidox, man, as a support player, I grieve. I want them to be able to play the video game. Yeah. Player does find that melee finish on a Dolphin. TW is out. Trades on both sides, but the spawn advantage is for Southern Utah. Damply now out of mech is not going to offer a lot of sustenance or presence on this objective. And player, that was really close. Zemetic almost lost that 1v1, but in this armed debate, it looks like Zemetic gets that final word.
Yeah, they get the final word. They get 3 minutes added onto the time bank, and Southern Utah still kicking in this game, and now they have ultimates at their disposal. Wichita State going over to the double shield now completely with TW on the Orisa and Damply on the Sigma. Still have everything else the same. Those players, not players. Zemetic maybe gonna force a touch on the point as they're kind of peeking here. Maybe also just trying to get some information now. Goes on the point. Gonna try and force somebody down and does.
Doesn't have that second blink. Oh man, almost didn't have that second blink to dash on out of there. Definitely drops from the high ground, fortifies the choke, but it might not be the place you want to see the Sigma playing. Might not matter, however. Most of the damage, or some of the damage for Southern Utah is out of the fights. Fluffy being able to find that killing blow onto Semitic. Archimedes goes down as well. The disruption will have to wait.
You have to wait for now. You at least for Southern Utah, you do not use any ult, but you do allow the nano to be built. Bob is now activated for player. It gets a little scary now. How you use these ultimates. Can you force out enough resources from Wichita State to try maybe win that next fight? Because you need to win, in reality, 2 fights to try and fully capture this point. And, you know, focusing out Dolphin on this flank, who gets very low, eventually joins back with their team, is a good start, but time's ticking for Southern Utah. Almost half the time bank already gone, and almost a pick with full spawn.
That's unlucky, losing Reladox there, and I don't think that you really want to compensate by making a full push. Usually when you lose someone, that's when you want to do something, but I don't think Southern Utah, it's in their strategy to do something at this point. They're running double main support. It has to be for a reason.
Yeah, you gotta think with the double flex support, with basic compress acting as that main support in this comp, that you have to play a little smarter with your engages, and haven't been able to do so quite yet as Periwinkle taken out. And now we've basically ticked a minute off the clock, and Southern Utah have really done nothing but lose 2 people and sit outside.
It's, you know, kind of 2 minutes of staggers here, and not entirely off of Southern Utah's own volition, right? It's, you know, partially Wichita State. Look at this. Fluffy, with the nano boost, says, you know what, it's time to get something done here, and goes in and finds 1, 2, and then almost that third final blow as well. It's Wichita capitalizing off of opportunities to go aggressive and fight the off angle that you know the enemy isn't poking, but is poking around. Rewards them with another fight win.
It does, and Southern Utah just have not been able to engage a fight the way they want to. Wichita State controlling the tempo, controlling when these fights are going to occur. And Southern Utah still have 5 ultimates, the same 5 they had 2.5 minutes ago, and just haven't been able to figure out a way in. And now you have to basically go down main, unless they're going up top, actually. Probably gonna have... who are you gonna have touch? Looks like Archimedes gets the overtime push activated, but they're gonna pay their life for it.
Yeah, oh, the barrage as well secures 2, both of the hit scans, and then there's a third elimination onto Compress. The self-destruct from Dolphin does get damply, but it doesn't matter. There's not enough on this objective for Southern Utah.
Yeah, you at least have a win condition or a decent draw condition. It does not look as bleak as Numbani did, but the sun still ain't shining very bright if you are Southern Utah, and I think a little bit goes to the Ana and Bap together. It's not horrible if you were running like a rush comp, but in the chaos comp you want like a Brig for the armor packs, or you maybe want a Zenyatta for the Discord orbs to focus down those dive targets. Instead, the BAP doesn't really give you much other than an immortality field to save himself or to save his support partner. Other than that, you really don't get much value off of it. And the double shield at least works a little better.
You mentioned, Twin, that, you know, the sun ain't shining real bright, and I'll tell you why. It's daylight savings time for Southern Utah right now. The clock is ticking to find solutions to players' aggression, TW's engages, Fluffy's oppressive damage. And if we bring up the word oppression, a really good composition that kind of fits that is this rush comp, able to just get in your face and stay there for who knows however long.
Yeah, and they're gonna try and do the TP, the same one, and maybe not the same exact one Southern Utah tried, but they have the May in play, so I have a feeling they're gonna go straight to point, wall off one of the entryways. Here we go. TP goes down. Everybody makes it through. And they're going to try and wall off this left side.
Player actually holds onto this wall, waiting to separate Dolphin, but Dolphin was able to narrowly evade it. Doesn't matter, the damage is going to be dished out against this double shield comp by Fluffy but Deadly, who does find that pick onto Dolphin. Periwinkle compress gone. It's Wichita's first point. We're going to have to see a full hold on second for Southern Utah to pick up a draw on map 3.
Yeah, the Relidox, yeah, they're just going to get taken out. They do get the quick spawn, though. So they'll be back to the team.
And they were last in that fight, too. I'm liking seeing Relidox last picked in the fight. They played a little bit longer.
Yeah, they at least survived a little bit. And Wichita State, they're going to push the time here. Maybe going for a record on how quickly you can win a round. As they do lose the Symmetra early. Window goes down to try and get some extra damage going through. They have the Shatter. Will they look for it? And yes, they do.
Oh, yeah, it does connect onto Archimedes, but Archimedes stays sustained while you saw Wichita's resources steadily drained in the beginning of that fight. Nice freezes onto Relidox and Archimedes, and now just a go contest the high ground is the call for Dambly, armed with the self-destruct, and maybe it'll swing this fight, or maybe just find the reset.
Yeah, gonna reset, knowing that, okay, we don't need to win this. We started off with almost 6.5 minutes, and they're gonna take the jump of shame. That or Dolphins gonna take them all. They take the game. They take the jump, and Southern Utah, they at least get their footing down. It's a last-second defense, and they're probably going to need a few more this draw. And Wichita State, you do use what, 3 ultimates there. You do have a few more at your disposal here with the Diva Bomb, especially from Damplay, to try and create some space, only needing 33% of that point. But Southern Utah, you know, it's not bleak quite yet. You got 5 ultimates at your disposal. You can't use too many. That teleport is a little interesting.
Just a little bit, and the bomb is does secure the turret. Oh, there's a remake kill onto Archimedes. I love to see it. That's absolutely beautiful. The self-destruct doesn't get enough, but that's okay. We do get a one remake kill. We did not get a touch. That's a good old-fashioned. Oh no, that's a C9. It wasn't a one fight, but it was a winnable one for Southern Utah. Tragedy has struck.
It was definitely at least a stallable fight, maybe even a winnable fight. You had resources available. A rough way to get your first loss at EGF, as Wichita State, they completely welcome them now through EGF. You know, you got the win last week against Ryder. You felt the good half. You got the bad half today as you get swept by the Shockers, who move to 8-3 this season. And now 4-2 in the Central, gonna hand Southern Utah their first Central loss. And Wichita State, man, they're dangerous. They could be a dark horse team if they get the juice going against a Colorado, against a UT Arlington, because they truly are one of the best teams in the league when they get it going.
And we mentioned this in the previous series as well. It's just like, you know, now is the time that teams have to get ambitious. Now is the time that they've really got to tap into the potential that we've gotten to see accumulate over the first split and the first couple of weeks of split 2. I'm so excited to see all of that, all of the effort, all of the strategy, all of the hard work that all of the contenders are putting in really culminate into these massive wins, such as the one achieved by Wichita State. But not just the wins, the individual fights, the individual plays as well. It's all really spectacular Overwatch.
Yeah, it's great Overwatch. I think for Southern Utah, not all is lost. You know, you are 1-1. You did have signs of greatness in this game. You know, you won Sanctuary on Busan. You at least looked decent at times on Hanamura. There is definitely some things they need to clean up on the dives, and I think a little bit to clean up on the double shield, trying to deal with those TPs. But overall, it wasn't a horrible game for Southern Utah. You do still have the second half of the season, these last 5-6 weeks, to truly get it going, to truly kind of adjust to the league in these set map pools. But not all is lost for Southern Utah. I think they can still mount a pretty decent season, maybe end like middle of the pack in the standings, which honestly, entering during the winter, just starting off the spring split, I don't think it's that bad of a goal for them.
No, absolutely not. But you know, they've all of the teams today have their work cut out for them. You know, these broadcasts and matches make it pretty easy for coaches and staff to, you know, kind of find out what these strategies look like. So, you know, Wichita is definitely going to incur some resistance in their next matchup. Have to see how they look in the future. At least for now, we're going to see how one player looks in particular. Here coming in for a post-game interview after a short break. We'll be right back with that. Welcome back, everyone. It was a pretty quick series, kind of one and done, but there were still some pretty explosive moments, and we're gonna bring you guys a similarly exciting interview with none other than Fluffy but Deadly. Congratulations on the decisive win. How are you feeling after that?
Feeling pretty good. The first map was a little interesting. They had us in the first half, not gonna lie. How they took the first point from us. It's kind of like a wake-up call to like, hey, we need to get in gear. And I'm glad we found our gear.
Yeah, I think we kind of got put off a little bit on Sanctuary. It's like, oh, hey, not Sanctuary, on Downtown. It's like, like Southern Utah's here to play, and then all of a sudden you turned on a switch, it seemed like, and you guys would just all steam ahead at that point. How did you guys kind of realize that they maybe don't play against the Farcoms very well because they couldn't deal with you tonight for whatever reason, and you guys were just running havoc?
One of the biggest things that we saw is that they didn't put a lot of pressure on the Pharmacy, so we kind of just used that as our advantage to be like, hey, they're not used to this, or like they may haven't played against that much too often, so like, hey, let's just keep running it, let's just keep going, see how it goes. And I think we found our stride with the Pharmacy call.
Little bit of a difference between what you might look at as a crutch and what really ends up being is just I'm not meeting opposition to it, so I'm gonna run it there. But it's really what I saw was something a lot bigger, and I think that you'll understand this very well, Fluffy. Is just you're playing on a team. You guys are the sum of all of your parts, and I saw a phenomenal interaction and connection between your tanks and then you and player in particular. Really great follow up. Who's the one kind of helping to set up those plays? Is it mostly the tanks or mostly you guys?
I think it's usually TW. He's always like asks first, like, "Hey, is everyone to engage? Like, ready to engage?" And then player and I both respond, like, if we are or not. And then once we are, then we just like go together. I guess there isn't too much to it, unless if one of us isn't ready, then we'll just back out and go again.
Yeah, we definitely saw it a few times tonight where just the dives and the executions were just perfect. Everybody was on the same page on who the target was. And you're going to need that kind of engagements when you guys play Colorado. How are you guys kind of feeling going into that game? Last undefeated team left in EGF.
I think it's doable. They 3-1'd UTA, and then we also in turn 3-1'd UTA. Or they 3-1'd us, so therefore we could take a map off Colorado. Or three, in a row. 3-0 sweep. I'm looking for it.
Fair enough, and really, if you guys play as confidently and as clean as you guys did today, you guys shouldn't run into too many issues. I'm very excited to see how that series unfolds. But for now, let you depart, get some hard-earned rest. Before you do go, however, I want to hear any shout-outs from you. What do you need the world to know, or who do you want the world to know about a little more this evening?
I heard in Max's interview, I heard that he said he was the best main tank in the league, but I'm sitting right here though, like TW and I, like we're both here on Wichita, not William Mary.
All right, you loved it.
Just had to throw that at him.
Yeah, you gotta stick up for him a little bit. You guys definitely showed it these last 2 weeks. Congratulations, you guys, and good luck in the rest of the season.
All right, thank you guys.
That was Fluffy of Wichita State University. Really, really, really good stuff that we got to see from them today. A little sad, Twin Salty, that the series also resolved in a pretty quick manner. I was hoping that you and I would get the quick, the reverse sweeps or the 5-game series, or maybe even a 3-1. Maybe you guys or you will end up getting that with Waffles coming up to fill in for the play-by-play cast for the remaining 2 games. Take a look at the schedule here, and Salty, what does the rest of the evening look like?
Yeah, we got University of Montana versus UT Arlington. Arlington, Flippin' but Deadly said, lost to Colorado for the 2nd time this season last week. Going to be looking for some revenge. And then Colorado against Tennessee. That is going to be the game of the night. Can Tennessee be the giant that takes down the absolute giants in Colorado? They have not been able to be beat up to this point. Will Tennessee be able to do it? We'll have to find out here in the final game of tonight. But can't wait to get in the booth with Waffles. Been great casting with the games. Even though they were 3-0s, we had some great moments tonight where all teams involved. So can't be asking for more.
Absolutely. If you guys want to see more of me, head over to twitter.com and drop me a follow there. You guys can stay up to date with all my Overwatch hot takes and casting gigs as well. Don't go anywhere, guys. You guys still have Twin Salty in the booth, and Waffles coming up online. She is an apt play-by-play caster. I learned everything I know from her. So you guys have some more fantastic Overwatch, hopefully a 5-game series here tonight as well, Twin. I will catch you guys later, and like I said, we'll be right back after a short break.
Yeah.
just gotta keep moving forward.
Hi, folks, and welcome back to EGFC Week 11. I am Waffles for Sid, joining Twin Salty, who has been with you guys already. Twin, how are you doing and feeling going into the last couple matches of the evening?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, we had 2 3-0s, and I have a feeling... Obviously, I hope Montana's going to bring in this one. I think they have a chance to, but I think UT Arlington, after the loss they had last week, they're going to be aiming for another 3-0 in this game today.
Yeah, they definitely might be feeling that a little bit since last week. And, you know, Montana is a brand new team here to the league. They actually are brand new as of the halfway through this season mark. And, you know, they're trying to figure out their own place in this ranking and settle into a style that they are comfortable with and feeling confident on.
Yeah, I think at this point for them, honestly, it's just getting used to the league, getting used to the set map pools, and it's getting comfortable. It was the same thing with Southern Utah that we saw in the last game. Southern Utah had a little bit more luck in their first game, and then I think this last game against Wichita State for them, maybe a little bit of a reality check. And I think for Montana, they've already kind of hit that. So for them here, it's just you gotta play your style, and from there, you just gotta see how the dice roll.
Absolutely. And, you know, Arlington is going to be looking to try and keep a pretty pristine record for themselves in this series. And I want to see some strong fundamentals coming through from them. They've obviously been quite a big competitor in the league in general.
Yeah, they've been a huge contender. The only maps they've dropped are to Colorado. They're 24-0 in maps other than, and games other than Colorado. So going to try and keep that clean today.
Arlington's already set up on the point here, as you can see that, Montana's already set up on the point, as you can see Arlington aggressing forward from the high ground. It is Cheval that goes down first as Julian goes forward and gets aggressive, finding another kill onto the main tank. Twin, it's going to be tough for them now as Arlington continues to fill the kill feed, and they're going to take this first round, or first point.
They're going to take first capture of the point, especially with Bun Bun getting sent into the train tracks. And starting off strong, knowing that they don't need to rush point right away. They have this zombie comp that just seems to never die with so much sustain, and they can just dive from the high ground onto the unsuspecting Grizzlies. And now, stylistically, maybe a little bit hard for Montana to get in here, but if they can pick a target, maybe they can get an early pick.
Aggression coming through and a freeze onto Soap. He does manage to survive all the damage coming through, and it is, Cheval going down in the thick of things first once again. Julian has been hunting for him relentlessly on this opening fight, and, well, it is tough to push through when you're already down a man.
When you're already down one, it's hard, especially when you have Julian in your backline, just taking out 2. The rest of the teammates can take out the rest, and already 44% and counting for UT Arlington, and have all 6 ultimates in play. Woo. And with this, you know, with downtown, it's just so easy to kind of spread the map out so much, and that's how UT Arlington's winning it so far.
It's going to be tough for Montana to decide where they want to aggress, especially with all 6 ultimates online. They're all grouped up. They all get clipped with the EMP, and the cleanup was easy for Arlington. As you can see, they have so much synergy right now.
So much synergy. Only need to use 2 ults. So you get the 6-man EMP from Dez, Julian over the top. There's no defense matrix, nothing from Montana that can stop them. And Montana, yeah, definitely a rough start to their EGF careers, but going around the wide rotation now, going to try and make something out of this as they do have a few ultimates ready, including the Coalescence.
Yeah, nice change of pace coming through from the aggression of Montana, keeping it very, very strong. They go ahead and drop the sound barrier, trying to continue forward, but there is so much mitigation coming through from Arlington. There's the blizzard coming through from Loadman. It is now or never if Montana's going to try and take a stand. Couple more cleared off, and that's going to be Arlington taking downtown.
Yeah, they take downtown pretty decisively. 100-0. Tiki did not even need to use Diva Bomb throughout the entirety of the map, and Prominent just used very late. So UC Arlington feeling very comfortable, trying to get back after the loss last week, and this was the beautiful 6-man EMP on top of the Death Blossom. Des knows exactly where they're going to be and just cleans up shop.
It's always nice when they when you get a 6-for-6 EMP clip there on the whole team, and you know Arlington was pretty much ready to follow up with all of that damage. I'm looking forward to see how Montana's gonna, you know, treat Sanctuary. It does have a lot of different angles, but I don't feel like there's quite as much oppressive high ground from far away to really take advantage of.
Yeah, not too much high ground, but again, this is a map just like downtown where you can really spread it out and try and find those early picks onto targets who are a little bit spread out from the rest of their team. And now Arlington trying to push in, gonna get delayed by the May wall, but doesn't seem like it's mattering too much.
Man, and we can see Julian continuing to throw the damage into Montana as this Reaper. Just relentless. Oh my goodness. This is why some of us supports get a little tilted when Reaper dives. Our backlines occasionally.
I'm pretty sure Julian got 5 out of the 6 final blows that fight.
Jeez.
That is just disgusting from them. And Montana seems to be pretty set in this rush comp. They don't, at least so far, have not shown that they're comfortable in anything else. And if this was mecha based, then it'd be a different story. It kind of leans into that playstyle a little bit. But on Sanctuary and downtown, it is just so much more of an open battlefield that benefits UT Arlington so much. And they can just hold this mid room without Montana being able to do too much.
Ooh, the manual hack coming through from Dez is really critical for Arlington. A nice wall to block off the Coalescence. Has to go all the way around to try and get the value they're looking for. EMP to follow up right as Coalescence is ending, and well, once again, the damage is there from Arlington to follow up. The sound barriers dropped, but wasn't quite enough, Twin.
Yeah, not enough that time around. You do force out EMP, but it is at the cost of both of your support ultimates if you're the Grizzlies. And now Julian hiding in the back, going to try and use this Death Blossom soon. Doesn't really have any CC to deny them except for the defense matrix of Jimmy Carter. And now, yeah, they have no idea he's there.
Oh, man. No one goes down from that, and the sound barrier is dropped from Arlington to help reinforce their attack. Looks like it's gonna be plenty as they've sent Montana right back to spawn, and there is only 72% and counting for Arlington.
Yeah,
already.
UT Arlington is showing why they have not dropped a map to anybody not named Colorado. And just clean, precise, every single execution, every single game plan. In Montana, they just can't seem to get their footing quite yet. 90% and counting. They're just going to have to rush point to send us into overtime. With, granted, a few ultimates open.
Blizzard thrown on the point to engage from Montana. Does freeze up Tiki, forces the self-destruct on top of it. There are a lot of ultimates online and they are being thrown. Arlington going ahead using the Primal Rage to boot people around. Jimmy Carter trying to do his best to hold the point, but I think that's gonna be it. Arlington gonna go ahead and take our first map of Busan.
Yeah, if you ever hear like, oh, that was pretty decisive, that was pretty clear cut, that is a great example right there. 100-0. 100-0. UT Arlington just looking fantastic as Julian gets to play the game. Montana had no answers for the Reaper the entirety of this game. Doesn't even need to use the Death Blossom here. No, they easily could have if they wanted to, but able to get 3 eliminations. And I don't know, this UT Arlington team, it's been pretty well known. They are a playoff contender. They're a championship contender if they can play their cards right. I think Montana's feeling just the blunt force of the frustrations from last week, losing to Colorado for a second time this season. And I think it's just a little bit of an unlucky draw so far for the Grizzlies.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Obviously, Arlington fresh off a second loss against their, you know, biggest
rivals.
I mean, at least the rival that we have seen from them throughout this entire season and before. And, you know, Montana is in a unique position where they are playing against some really good and experienced players, which obviously always means it's a big growth and learning opportunity. Last week when they were playing, I cannot remember.
Hawaii last week.
Was that? No, that was 2 weeks ago.
Was it 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, because that was the first game of
right.
I casted that game actually. So I forgot who it was last week, but You know, Montana was doing a good job at knowing their wind conditions, trying to engage on them, and they were mitigating some of the other wind conditions that were being thrown at them. The hard part was all the additional ones after the first and second one get thrown. The third thing that comes through, or when that big EMP also slammed them at the end. So I definitely think that Montana has got a lot of room to grow, but they're not ones to let your guard down at, because this is Overwatch. If you do that, you'll lose the point fast.
Yeah, we've seen teams come back out of nowhere time and time again. And it was Tennessee last week that they lost to, which a very rough schedule, and you're in a very rough division. You have Hawaii, you have Tennessee. I think they play Wichita State later on in the season, who are now I think 7-3. You have Arlington today. It is not an easy draw if you are Montana, but you got to make the best of it. And I think
into the league and to draw into that, geez, Twin. Ouch.
It's rough. It is not an easy draw by any means, but as you said, they at least have win conditions that they set. They know, they have an idea of what the opposing team is going to run. I think for them, it's just been putting it into action. And we'll see here on Numbani, they have double shield with the Torb coming out, maybe trying to deal with some of that dive coming in from the Winston of Arlington.
Yeah, or man, I don't know how they're gonna handle some of. Okay, Julian switched off the Ashe. I was a little concerned on the Ashe there, because that's a lot of damage potential coming through, and Colby has been hard pocketing these DPS on Arlington over the last couple weeks. But we see the Tracer here, a lot of nice pepper damage going to be coming through, and Dez has already started the assault up the front gates, essentially. Got the pocket from the damage boost. And, well, we all know how devastating the stickies and focus beam combo can be. Julian goes down to Bohemian? Bloodthirsty support. They get the kill in the end, and well, that does put Arlington behind one player for this first push. Montana holding strong on the point. 2 more kills coming through for them, and that's going to be Arlington going back to spawn.
Yeah, and some subs that came in for Montana as well. Maybe that's making the difference here. Is Lord been able to get a few picks. And UT Arlington have to back up. Maybe like, okay, you know, they're not playing around. We still need to play our game. And Soaptaste, okay, you know, they had the right idea with the dives, but just couldn't get back up to put enough pressure on the back line. And as we see, obviously not enough pressure. Bohemian takes out the Tracer, which is definitely not something you see every day.
Yeah, I think definitely Bohemian showed that you have to respect them. And, well, Dez is trying to take down this turret. Does go ahead and pop the duplicate on Mercy. So we got a support DPS coming through. Going ahead, keeping everyone alive. Love the change of pace. That's going to keep everyone topped off on top of it. And so much engagement came through after that.
Yeah, just the engagement was on point. UT Arlington knew exactly what they had to do. And this time the dive works out. And there's not really any CC from Montana. I think that's where UT Arlington realized, like, oh, they don't have a Brig. They don't really have an Ana for sleeps. All they really have is the accretion from Jimmy Carter. So they can dive a little bit more loosely, more freely, because they don't have to worry about getting rocked or getting slept as much. So now as they can continue pushing forward, you know, that's definitely something they keep in mind.
Julian here on the Hanzo almost has the Dragons online as well, so that'll be able to split the team up if he needs. We see Cheval here on this Torb trying to stay alive with his life, but there it is, Julian on the Hanzo looking for some prey, or maybe looking for some dragon food, moving around here through the main, continuing to put the pressure onto Montana. Nice shots coming through, even though the res is successful onto Bun Bun. Soap is rezzed in the backline as well, but Twin, Arlington is just continuing to push Montana back, and Montana can't quite seem to regain their balance.
Yeah, and definitely the Molten Core being used there, not ideal either. We'll have to see if Cheval is swapping. I'm guessing they might be, because then they use Molten Core. Yeah, they're going to be going over to the Cassidy to try and deal with Dez, which is the right call. Dez has been quite a menace in the air for UT Arlington up to this point. It also adds some CC into the mix, but Yeah, you can tell you guys, I'm like, all right, we can change it up a little bit and still try and dominate. This is
Wow.
ambitious.
She threw a volley, or he threw a volley of stickies chasing the dragons. Man, I feel so bad for Montana clipping all that damage.
Yeah, Montana's like, we're just trying to walk out of spawn, and all of a sudden, oh, you get stickies to the face, you get a dragon strike. They used grab as well
Man.
into that corner, and now it's going to go the opposite way and get met with a duplicate.
Right, and with this whole hog straight in their face right out of spawn, there's nowhere to go, and we all know it's tough being pushed against the wall. Round 1's going to get completed with 4:18 left on the clock.
Yeah, you don't see it very often where time, when this graphic comes up, gets added to the time remaining. That's when you can tell if you're Arlington, you had quite a push, and that was even with you losing that first fight. From there, it was all gas, and a learning experience from Montana. I think this game is going to be on what the top teams of this league can do, because Arlington, they obviously know Montana's a new team, joined us during the spring split. They are not holding back in any way, shape, or form.
Well, and I appreciate the fact that Arlington is still keeping this a serious and competitive match for themselves, right? I think that it's a little bit too often we see some of the more silly strategies come out that don't actually improve any of the fundamentals or synergy. Don't get me wrong. I think a TP strat and sometimes the Bastion bunker may be the surprise you need to beat the other team. Sometimes that is what you have to do when they only have one push, right? And trick plays are needed. But there is a point where we're keeping it classy and competitive, and Arlington has continued to do just that, and I love it.
Yeah, I'm, as you said, very glad they're just playing like they normally do. They're not gonna, you know, off-roll. They're not gonna put any disrespect to their opponents. They're gonna try and play it out like it's any other team, because it is good practice for your comms and for some of these set plays. Then maybe you could try a new strat out. And Julian already in the back, gonna try and get an early pick off. Let's see if Montana sees them, and they'll be able to kind of make Julian at least think twice about diving fully in.
Last time he tried to do this, he got punished for it. Almost went down again, but does manage to come back and get the kill onto Bohemian in the end. So paying off right there with the Zippy Tracer. Still more damage coming through, and gets another final blow onto Loadman. Does fall very low, and well, no worries there. The rest of Arlington is backing him up and gonna hold this defensive point.
Yeah, gonna continue holding on. And as you said, I would love to see maybe a niche strat come out from Montana. Maybe a Sim TB. Maybe, I don't know, maybe pull out the far end echo like we saw in the previous game from Wichita State. Like, why not throw something at the wall? Even if it doesn't work, oh well. Like, you throw something at the wall that could work, and you also get good practice on a good comp. What a sleep that is from Super Used to delay this a little bit. Pulse Bomb, gonna get some good damage in. That's about it. As Montana gonna make the rotation yet again.
Tracer just continuing to be a pester, and I mean essentially a little mosquito or gnat, putting so much damage into Montana. Nice anti comes through, does manage to clip the main tank over tank on Montana. Arlington can't quite get the kill, but Loadman has gone down. Now they're down a few people, and I like that they took this long route all the way across, trying up some new things. Does manage to push Arlington off the high ground and have the high ground themselves. Their Soap goes ahead, goes for that dive, and Bohemian does go down as a result. The damage from Dez is so much follow-up, and Arlington does manage to hold the point once again.
Yeah, they do manage to hold, but I like, as you said, I like the idea from the Grizzlies. When you're running this Reinhardt, it isn't ideal on this Numbani attack, but when you can get them rotating all the way around, you force the supports off of that opposing high ground, it at least forces Arlington to adapt and counter what you are doing instead of you guys always having to play reactively, which again, it's a step in the right direction. Did it work out that time? No. But this time, they go to the near high ground and may try the same thing again.
Man, that focus beam was it shredded Loadman, but it's actually the anti from Super Juice that really prevented Montana from getting as aggressive as they were wanting. As soon as you're anti, you cannot play nearly as aggressive as you want, and they have been on point from Super Juice.
Yeah,
Ooh,
they've
a
been on
stick.
point. Ooh, Pulse goes down. Julian will be to be determined if they can get out
Oh
of
my
this.
gosh.
They're going to be able to as they
Man.
somehow squeak through and yeah, going to be able
That
to clean
is-
it up from there.
I mean, squeak through is a great definition of that. I don't know how he made it out alive. I don't have jukes like that in my arsenal.
I know. I honestly, it's like playing a hole in the wall. Like you just kind of whizzle your way through the opposing members of Montana and somehow get out, even when you get the pulse bomb off.
Bob and weave.
Tiki, flank grab coming up. Nanoed, here comes the grab.
Sound barrier is thrown by Bun Bun to keep the rest of the team alive. Nice pin comes through, is bubbled in the end, but Tiki goes down as a result. Nice speed boost from Bun Bun on top of it. More damage being put out, this time from Julian. Does take down Overtank in the process, but it is not over yet for Montana's push. They're still trying to aggress forward. Oh, they did lose one more, and with Dez's self-destruct taking out Bohemian, they are just looking rough. It is going to be an uphill battle. Death Blossom does try to find a bit of value, but not quite enough. Still Baby Diva on the point, but Twin, it is going to be Arlington looking like they hold strong and, well, taking Numbani.
They're going to take Numbani 3-0. Grizzlies, though, showing some fight on the second half of that, which you love to see, at least showing that, all right, we're going to throw some different things at you. We're going to see how it works. And it almost did work a few times there, but Arlington, it just seems like the DPS especially really lifting them just to another degree. As Soap Taste, okay, play the game, able to get a few off, able to get the Diva off of the map as well. You see the Diva bomb just for a little extra flavor at the end. But UT Arlington, yeah, they're just playing near perfect Overwatch. Yes, they're maybe getting a little bit sloppy on some of these defenses. They're at least adapting well, though, and I think for Montana, heading to Hanamura, you can maybe run a double shield with a sim. You can throw something else at the wall that Arlington has not seen quite yet in this matchup, which leaves a little bit of hope for them to maybe even get a draw out of map 3. But yeah, it's not looking great for the Grizzlies so far.
No, but like we've mentioned before, Arlington is one nasty opponent to be going up against. So I think, you know, regardless of all of that, you said throw things on the wall, see what sticks. And yeah, they did bring that fight you were talking about, but they also brought that variance. You know, it's so, unfortunately, we see it a little bit too often, right? Where they just continue to use the same path over and over and over. And yes, ideally that is a good path for your composition, and we know that there might be a bit of strategy around there, but at some point, maybe a little variance and unpredictability might help change the game up some. And Montana was doing exactly that with their different approaches, and all in all, had some successful moments. And I think they're definitely going to be a team to watch develop and grow, because they're not far from really refining a lot of those skills.
I think for them right now, it is, you can tell they're very favorable on the rush. They love having the Ryan with the Diva, or sometimes the Zarya and the Lucio Moira. If they can maybe learn like double shield, we'll have to see if they can have it here on Hanamura. It's a good place for them to run on defense. Or even maybe like a double shield, double bubble, or a dive. Like if you could throw at least a different comp at them as well, that makes them even think that extra degree. You're making the opponent adapt to that nth degree, to where it's not like, all right, they're gonna run the Reinhardt with the Lucio, Moira, Diva. Their DPS may change, but that's it. You can throw that extra level of variance at them. Maybe something else is gonna stick, and then you can get the snowball going.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough for Montana as, they continue to move through this season, and, maybe we will see them expand their arsenal and see those new changes and all of that. But we're only in week 3 of the newest season, of the spring season. So, we'll see how it all plays out. There's plenty of room for, our underdogs to come through, or sometimes you're just playing the game and boom, it clicks and you're like, oh, I've been doing this wrong the whole time. I don't know why I was doing it that wrong, and now I'm suddenly much better. Not much better for me, but some these guys have more breakthroughs like that for sure.
I was saying, I definitely don't have that from my playing career either. But you just never know. Teams, the weirdest moments it can click, and we've seen it time and time again. And you never know. Maybe Hanamura is the perfect spot for the Grizzlies of all places to try and get it going here, to maybe try and build some momentum. Even if, honestly, if they cap first point or they hold for a good amount of time, it is progress that you did not make on the previous 2 maps. And you take the small wins, it helps recover the mental a little bit, and then you just keep going up the ladder here of what we can do.
You gotta make sure you're looking at both positives and the negatives. And, well, knowing when you're going up against a high-class team means that you are gonna have a big opportunity to really be lifted to playing at their level as well, right? There's been some times, in my experience when I was playing water polo back in the day, sometimes when you go against a team and you're like, oh, we know they're a little bit weaker, you don't play as well because you're not as ready. And Arlington has been doing a great job at playing well, and I think that's good to force Montana to also have to play to that level.
Yeah, 100%. UTA is like, all right, we're going to play at the exact same level we've played at throughout the 11 weeks here, and you guys have to try and match that. And they're running the teleport with the Bastion, probably gonna go up on top left or straight to point. We'll have to wait and see. Here we go, right to point.
No skirting around, no alternate routes. Bastion set up here in the corner, already has the immo. Oh my gosh, absolutely nasty. Montana was not ready for such a speedy and aggressive push straight onto the point.
Yeah, I had a feeling Montana was gonna maybe throw out something like this on their attack. I did not think Arlington was going to. They're already got the TP set up on left side, already getting ready. You can see the silhouettes of Montana in the background. They're setting up on that opposite high ground.
Yeah.
This could get bad.
And Arlington was doing a great job at anticipating this transition. They were already here before the point was essentially capped. Great plays coming through, but Montana looks like they have a chance here to hold strong. They get a couple of kills, and they do have the spawn advantage. Arlington now taking out the last couple members as, Bun Bun does go down in the end. 2 walls, one with the Ant Matrix and one of the Sim wall. Gonna be tough for for Montana to push out, and there's no way they can get any damage even trying to leave the spawn. Man, that was ruthless from Arlington.
Ruthless and near perfect. That may be up there for the record of the fastest time on Hanamura in EGF history. I'm not sure
That might be
what the record was, but you don't normally add a minute 40 almost onto the time bank, so that is ridiculously impressive.
You don't see you see the Sim TP teleporter on the far side to get to the second point, but you don't typically see them all push forward quite that fast, right? Usually it's not until about, 4 or 5 seconds after the point's fully capped that I feel like the aggression starts to come through that side choke onto the second checkpoint. They had just finished capping, and then boom, we're aggressing onto the second checkpoint right away, knowing their supports would catch up in time.
Yeah, it was just like, all right, we can set up. In Montana, as we saw the silhouettes, did not expect them to teleport right there, right away. They were maybe expecting them to go top right and maybe teleport on top of point. But it just didn't end up rolling that way, and it just, once you get that snowball rolling on that kind of comp, it's just so hard to stop. Montana's going to try to replicate that now, as they're running the Symmetra in the Bastion. I wonder if UT Arlington will expect them trying to match this, or if they're expecting a normal rush comp. We'll kind of have to wait and see as Montana get ready for the TP.
How are they going to react once they make it through this choke point, or at least, see what Arlington is set up as? So far, they already went ahead and TP'd on the point, but not too many of them have made it through. Everyone from Montana got clipped out by Arlington, and, well, Arlington's going to go ahead and hold strong for the first push.
Yeah, and they teleported above point, which I think is a good idea, because you have a feeling Arlington might expect you to teleport straight to point.
Right.
Maybe it was just a miscommunication of when they were going to drop or if they were going to rotate around. But Oivatank drops almost immediately after they get through, and they just get absolutely melted because they're the only one there, and then they kind of just trickle down, and at that point, it's like shooting fish in a barrel for Arlington.
Right.
Is now they're just gonna go for high damage. Junkrat Soldier try breaking those shields,
Ooh.
and Oivatank, sadly for them, will get their shield broken and sent back to spawn quicker than that.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier how, what was it, Ovatank was the only one there on the point when they first made it through. Not ever words you want to hear in Overwatch, but there's a bit of a turnaround coming through, Twin. They got a couple of kills onto Arlington, and, I mean, they're going to be at a bit of a spawn advantage walking back.
Yeah, they took down, I think it was Loadman took down 2, Jimmy Carter took down 1. If they can regroup here in the next few seconds, yeah, they'll have the man advantage. Just kind of have to wait and see if they can push in time or not, or if the pressure from Colby and Dez is going to be too much.
Yeah, these DPS on Arlington have just been on point, and, well, they've been getting all the heal pockets in the world. High Noon from the high ground, and Shield comes through, protecting himself, and with both supports off the table for Montana, there's not going to be any sustainability coming through.
Yeah, and at that point, yeah, just honestly a good call for Montana. You just got to reset. You don't want to give all charge to Arlington. You don't want to waste any more time that you just don't have at this point. But yeah, just what a perfect Deadeye. And the shield, at first I couldn't tell. I forgot that Montana did not have a Sigma. I thought it was a Sigma shield for Montana. Instead, no, it's Tiki shield protecting his Cassidy up there.
Right.
And yeah, just perfect teamwork.
And so nice to see. I definitely thought that was the opposing block for a moment as well. Tiki went ahead, slammed 2 people on the ground, and, well, that is a beautiful combination from Arlington coming through with only 1:13 left on the clock.
Yeah, time's ticking now for Montana to get on to this point. Julian waiting in the back. That orb actually may give his position away. Not quite yet. I don't think Montana realized it. Yeah, I don't think they ever did. He could have stayed there if he wanted to, but instead going to retreat, and Montana now going to try and initiate with this coalescence.
Ooh, tough to walk through. The floor is lava currently. Loadman tried to jump all the way over it, but gets shot down in the air. Arlington here holding this strong top point, and they're going to need to, or Montana's going to need to do a soft regroup here if they want one last chance to push in.
Yeah, going to just try and force everything that they have into this next fight. Got to take a little bit longer though. Cheval taking. Oh, gonna have the res though, so they'll have that res for OT when we get there. And now, can this Riptire get any value?
Trance is committed here from Colby, and Bun goes down to the Deadeye once again. That's devastating for Montana as more people are flooding the kill feed. There is a kill onto Super Juice here, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Arlington continuing to handle the members of Montana flooding onto the point, and that's going to be them taking the series with a nice 3-0 perfect win.
It's exactly what you want to see if you're Arlington, because as we said, sometimes teams will slack off a little bit in these.
Right.
And you want to see them, in a way, show that, okay, we're a team, we know exactly where we should be in the standings, and this is how well we play. And great teamwork there. The halt, the flux on top of it.
Woo.
It was just amazing from UT Arlington. And it's exactly what you want to see from Arlington. Montana, it's just back to the drawing board. You at least showed good signs of trying to adapt mid-game, and you just got to take those little learning steps. A great VOD to go over and practice this week. And honestly, you're new to the league. You just got to take those steps at this point and try and build a resume.
Absolutely. And, continue to refine those fundamentals and the different compositions that you expand on to get more comfortable on, and hopefully they have one of those aha moments we talked about, maybe during VOD review. That's typically where mine resulted, where I was like, oh, what I think I'm doing? Video evidence. Not the same.
Yeah, it's like, maybe it shouldn't do this weird flank in the back that, very not just a good idea.
Yeah.
But we'll have an interview hopefully soon with UT Arlington for them to talk about tonight's match, and I bet maybe talk about last week and going into next week as well. So make sure you stay with us. We'll be back with somebody from UT Arlington for an interview in just a minute.
folks, and welcome back to EGFC Week 11. We are here with Tiki from UT Arlington, the victorious team of our previous match. Tiki, welcome and thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank y'all for having me.
So, how are you guys feeling coming through? You know, you just got off the third week of the spring season. So, what's kind of the team's general mindset moving forward or just around the season in general?
So going into this semester, we are a pretty new team tank line wise. Last semester I was on main tank, and we brought in Soap, so I would move to off tank.
Right.
And so it's a bit different. We're still pretty much the same core, so we have pretty much the same feel to our team. Of we're just playing week by week to, go far. But it's from our previous matches, you could probably see that it's taking a little bit to get into our like rhythm, especially against Colorado. We had a rough time, but yeah, I don't think our attitude towards anything has changed really.
Nice. Well, that's always really good to hear. What has it been? What has it been like, still being on the team, and, what's it kind of give us a glimpse into being on an esports collegiate team?
It's actually probably my favorite part about college right now.
There you go.
It's actually really fun. As you can see, we have a esports facility now on campus. I'm the only one here because I don't have a PC right now, and winter stuff, so other people couldn't show up. But it definitely it brings a lot more of a feel when we can play in person with each other. And that's probably what has been my favorite thing compared to being on a collegiate team compared to like being off of like a random team for a different tournament or something.
Right. It's definitely a different experience when, you see the massive diva bomb go off and you all turn to look at each other, right?
Yeah.
Twin, what's on your mind?
So I got a question about last week. Obviously, as you said, not the way you guys wanted last week to go, losing to
A
Colorado
good game, though.
3-1. It was a good game, and how did you guys kind of go at it this week? As knowing, okay, you fell short last week, plenty of stuff to work on. So what was the mindset going into this week because of that last result?
Honestly, it's just get better. Last week we noticed some issues, especially with like my play. Since I've been playing main tank for a while, I was playing off tank like a main tank, and so I wasn't like adjusting how I should as an off tank, and there's some communication problems. That's just growing pains. That's the second week of us having this tank line, so we just kind of shrugged it off. We got some coaching on the side, and we got better. And I felt a lot better in this game, and a little bit of our past scrims too since Colorado. But yeah, we're looking forward to hopefully seeing them again.
And yeah, next week you guys have a great game against Tennessee, who is very close to you guys in the standings. How are you guys looking at that one? As it's a huge game for both programs.
I think we're looking at it as just a regular game. We're definitely wanting to show our best, as the two teams that we played before this, it was Wichita State and Colorado. Neither of those games really went how we wanted. We definitely think that we're like one of the best teams in this league, so we want to be able to show it.
100%. And I guess before we let you go tonight, anybody you want to shout out, your teammates, your family, your friends, anybody in particular?
Shout out to our old esports manager who's moved to a different school, but Drew, he's done so much for this program. I can't thank him enough for what he's done. My teammates for giving me this opportunity to play and all that. All my parents watching, and I guess that's it.
Nice. Well, thank you once again for joining us, Tiki. And of course, best of luck to you and to your team on the rest of the season or the season games. We'll see you around the block probably here and there. So good luck, and we will catch you around.
Having
Folks,
me.
oh, sorry about that. Folks, thank you so much for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We still have another great match coming up. This one between two teams we have mentioned before in the previous game of University of Tennessee versus University of Colorado. And Twin, these are some pretty high standing teams here in the league.
Yeah, some heavy hitters. Colorado, last undefeated team left.
That's
And
true.
and I think the only maps they've dropped were against this UT Arlington team. So curious to see what happens tonight against a very hungry Tennessee team.
Absolutely. Folks, we will see you on the other side, so don't go anywhere.
You just gotta keep moving forward.
Esports is competitive gaming. Imagine playing really any video game you ever enjoyed playing, but playing it competitively to the best of your abilities. The Esports Club, though, we're more than just competitive teams. We host gaming for everybody. We just want people to come out, play games, have fun, and then hopefully host a few good teams that might win a few championships for the school.
We are definitely developing and pushing to build and develop that infrastructure that a lot of other clubs already have. Whatever skill level you are, you can come out, have fun, compete, don't compete. We welcome anyone.
There's not really a spot elsewhere for people to just play video games. Our club is definitely like all-inclusive, so if you're like even just a casual gamer that games, an hour a day or an hour a week, it doesn't really matter. You can come and play and make friends, so that's really what it's all about.
A club like this is meant to bring games out of the dorm room and meet other people, make friends. We do game nights every other Friday night. You'll get an opportunity to play some games you never played and meet some people you wouldn't meet otherwise. So if you're interested in gaming, come on out to the club and see what it's about.
Hi folks, and welcome back to our last match of the evening here at EGFC Week 11. I am Waffles for Sid, still joined by Twin Salty, and we are going to be closing out the final match. Twin, we are about to see University of Colorado, ranked number 1, going up against University of Tennessee, ranked number 5. What are your thoughts going in when, we have such big contenders on the table tonight?
Yeah, two big teams. Obviously, Colorado is, the elephant in the room, undefeated. They looked great last week against UT Arlington. And they have another test, back-to-back weeks, where they have teams that could beat them if they do not play their best game in the University of Tennessee, who's only lost to St. John's, who's also with their win day 9-2. It's not like they're a team to be messed with. It should be a very good game. Maybe map 4 in this matchup.
Absolutely. And yeah, like you mentioned, they've only lost twice to St. John's, so don't let that rank 5 deceive you. This is probably going to be a very close match between these two teams. And Twin, I'm really curious how they're going to be setting themselves apart from each other, right? Obviously, they're high up in the rankings, but who's really going to show us that extra edge that they bring to this competition?
Yeah, I'm curious to see who's going to bring that edge. As you said, we probably won't know for a little bit. I'm looking for Ruby on Colorado as well as maybe even Zenith on Tennessee. I think we have the side swapped on the production end right now. It is Colorado on right, Tennessee on left. But I cannot wait to see, maybe in the battle of the off-tanks, Lucky Dog and Ruby. And Ruby, she's been unstoppable this season. I think been one of the standouts for this Colorado team. So can't wait to see what she can do today.
Moving around here on the outside to kick off the fight. A lot of aggression from both the tanks, Ruby included, just like we were talking about, trying to see who can really give their team that main advantage. A lot of pepper damage coming through, nothing too significant yet, but it is Tennessee that has the advantageous position moving towards the point, taking a bit of the low ground now as they're trying to cap it up, and Colorado continues to push forward. They move this fight and don't let Tennessee, well, I guess they're gonna let them cap it right there. I thought they were gonna step on it a little bit longer than that, but man, this coalescence from Paravir has just put them on the back foot and given Tennessee all the space they need to keep holding this point, Twin.
Yeah, they continue holding the point, and maybe that is where Colorado start bringing this up. It'll be the Reaper of Tennessee taking out Paravir. Will be taken out shortly after. It seems like Colorado are finally breaking through, taking out the members of Tennessee, and will capture that point. But with both teams on this kind of zombie comp, with the only difference being Cloud on the Tracer compared to the Hub being on the Reaper. A little bit more like insta-poke damage coming from Colorado, but Tennessee just has so much sustained with the lifesteal that both of these teams can just fight for ages.
Oh, almost discovered a little bit earlier than they were wanting. EMP thrown, clips 4 people right there. Diva Bomb over the top. The cherry needed in the kill feed to take everyone down and send them to spawn.
Yep, a very quick reset for Tennessee, as I thought it could have been disastrous for a little bit, as Yahoo gets found out in the back line by Lucky Dog, who's doing a good job of checking in the back. But still, EMP goes off, gets 3 from Ruby with no Winston bubble available. The hack. And Colorado could reset here again, but now Tennessee have an EMP of their own.
Oh, Yahoo is out of the picture early, and well, it is reciprocated with Lucky Dog being taken down. A lot of people from Colorado hacked, but they did get the sound barrier. They're trying to aggress in, but Tennessee dropped their own, and it's gonna be tough. A post bomb kill on the back end. This is the momentum Colorado needed, and Tennessee's been pushed back once again.
Yeah, pushback yet again. Tennessee, they had the right idea with that EMP from Zenith, but this time around, they do not connect with Bird Boys, who's able to use the sound barrier, keep everybody alive on the side of the Buffaloes, and now they can just continue holding this point strong. With both teams having the coalescence, Tennessee need to get some value out of this Death Blossom from DeHubs.
Coalescence gonna open up the fight here from Divination, and it does take down Senaf here on that Sombra. So some of the DPS out of the picture and a bit of the pepper damage coming through. Sound barrier over the top, doesn't find anything but is going to clear space. Ruby has her own, getting thrown this moment over the top, nothing found, but still a lot of damage to be done. University of Colorado handling the trickling of Tennessee coming through and looking pretty comfortable as they're going to take this first round here.
Yeah, they take the first round 100-26 in favor of the Buffaloes. And yeah, once they captured that point, after Tennessee captured it during the first fight, it was just full steam ahead, controlling the tempo of the match, and that's going to be a huge thing for them heading into Mecha Base as well. Then continue controlling the tempo. Looks like they'll be staying onto the zombie-like comp, at least for right now. I mean, it looks like some swaps coming in for them. Tennessee going on the normal rush.
So let's elaborate on what you mean by a zombie comp. Which part of it is zombie?
I think it's just the entire comp. When they run the Sombra with the Reaper and you have the Lucio Moira in play, it's just so much sustain from every single hero that it's just so hard to die. It's like a zombie. They keep coming back from the dead time and time again. When you think they're going to be gone, they just come right back and jump right back at you. And they're not going to run it here. More running that Chaos comp with the Wrecking Ball and the Diva. And a great pick early.
That's a lot of DPS off the table for Tennessee to try and mitigate, especially Funkmaster, who is going to be rolling around and causing a lot of disruption for Tennessee. Big Slam comes through as the point is unlocking. They have not quite capped it yet. Tennessee's going to go ahead, take that position first, but we will see if they can continue to hold it. This happened last time and Colorado ended up taking it back, but it looks like this is not going to be a repeat of history. Tennessee finding some traction and some kills in the kill feed. Ooh, Yahoo was literally one just now, Twin. Woo!
Yeah, just gets out with the recall, and Funkmaster sadly not going to be able to say the same, and Yahoo barely able to get out yet again. But Tennessee this time, they cap first like they did last time around, but this time they win the fight. They're using the map to their advantage with it being such close quarters. It leaves Basher and DeHubs to get some more value on those heroes and forces Colorado to play a little bit more smartly on these dives.
I like this Ashe coming through across the high ground is damage boosted, but Yahoo gets taken down. That means Tennessee is a man up as Colorado is going to continue to try and aggress forward. There it is, the DPS taken down as they continue to equalize player-wise. Bob thrown onto the point, crashes straight into Basher. There is an Ant Matrix and a wall thrown to try and mitigate some damage and discourage people from walking around that corner. I love the sound barrier coming through from Paravir, and with the blizzard on top of that, Colorado is gonna have to give up this fight and go back to spawn.
Yep, and did I just, for added extra emphasis here from Seth, knowing they have an Ana right above them, tries to take them out, not able to. Colorado not giving up this point quite yet.
It's still a trickle game coming through for them, but Tennessee wants to wring out every bit of control possession they can before giving it up. Still taking the kill feed. At this rate, if Colorado does not actually do a full regroup, they won't have a good last team fight.
I don't think they will.
No.
I think they've had these deaths come in way too late. It will be Funkmaster touching last second here to force us into OT, but everybody's just respawning in. Ruby's going to be the one to touch first.
Grenade comes through and, oh, it is a big kill from Lucky Dog, finding one. Colorado doing their best to trickle on, but it is looking like a very uphill battle as Tennessee, well, they got really aggressive and they're going to tie up the score after this round.
They're going to send us at 1 apiece heading to Sanctuary. And if you're Tennessee, you worry a little bit because it is the best comp on that map is exactly what Colorado was just running on Mecha Base. So going to need to maybe adjust a little bit more on there. And it looks like we have a pause here.
Oh.
We'll be bringing it back to us just for a moment here, but it's great rebound from Tennessee, starting their stuff and showing that, you know, we can bring it to Colorado.
Well, Twin, we were talking about this behind the scenes, and you said this is going to be a good game. Maybe we'll actually get to see Rialto and Nepal this evening, and it's really nice to see that already opening the gates here on our first control map. Both of these teams have taken it 1-1. Obviously, this last map is going to be, you know, whoever really clutches it out, and I'm curious if that is going to set a tempo for the rest of this series, or if it's going to be, you know, one of the things where it lights the fire under the enemy and then they come back because they've been reinvigorated. So, you know, see how they harness the energy, right?
Yeah, both teams can take it in different ways depending on how this final map goes. I think if you're Tennessee, you've shown like, yeah, we can beat this team. You know, some people may not think just because it's the juggernaut of Colorado. Nobody's been able to take him down yet. But again, they can take notes. They have a great VOD that they could have looked at this week from TA. And they can continue pushing the agenda. Again, they're going to have to tweak it a little bit because heading into Sanctuary, what Colorado is running is near perfect on what you want to run on this map.
Right.
Tennessee, you just got to maybe change it up a little bit. But for the rest of the series, it looks like they could bring it to Colorado. And if Colorado isn't playing their best game like we saw on Mecha Base, maybe we have an upset on our hand.
And it seemed like Tennessee was better calibrated during that second round against Colorado, and some of the, you know, off angles they were taking and the aggression coming through. When they lost it on that first round after initially capping it, it just seemed like they kept giving and giving and giving space without actually, you know, holding the line. And you know, obviously was not the case for the second round. Handled all of that aggression when they, they had the minefield on there. They set themselves up in a corner with the wall and Ant Matrix, sound barriered a little bit later and repelled.
Yeah, you know what? They're making the adjustments that you need, and you love to see those very quick adjustments mid-game. It's not, oh, we're taking a map to make those adjustments, kind of like how we saw Montana do in the last game. But Tennessee's like, instant adjustments on how to play against that comp. And now let's see if they can bring it to Sanctuary. I think if they can deal with the Sombra, and if they can deal with the Wrecking Ball like they did that round, they have a very good chance of winning because they were winning the support line duel, I would say. Their back line was winning just a little bit, and how much heals they could put out, and just a little extra emphasis on the attack as well. So can't wait to see what they can do. Obviously, we just have a technical pause, I believe, so it should just be a few minutes here before we get back into the action. But, you know, looking at these teams, Tennessee, again, 8-2. They've only lost to St. John's twice, which St. John's definitely not a team to laugh about, who are, I think they're in third entering this week.
Right.
So Colorado, you gotta check.
Someone in the top 3. Okay. Like I said, don't let the rank 5 deceive you.
Yeah. It's just like UT Arlington. Like, UT Arlington, I think, is 8th or something now after they lost. Again, they've only lost to Colorado. So you have to make sure you look at their schedule, their strength of schedule. And Tennessee has that where, you know, they could beat this Buffaloes team. And if they do, it changes the dynamic of this entire league because somebody has beat Colorado and no team can do it up to this point. We'll have to see if Tennessee can do it, though.
And anyone who beats Colorado is going to have a lot of eyes and a lot of targets on their back from so many teams in this league. And I mean, it would be a huge, you know, upset and a big drama moment for the org. I gotta say, I'm glad our pause happened in between the rounds, right? It's not often I feel like we are blessed with such a well-timed pause that isn't in, you know, Blizzard is in the process of being thrown.
Yeah.
We can relax a little on the in-between rounds.
Yeah, it's like, oh, overtime's going on. Somebody DCs. Like, oh, like, what do you mean? But it's right between. And honestly, it'll just be like a miniature tactical timeout for both sides as they're trying to figure out the best way forward. Colorado, they are going to be running pretty similar to what they ran last round, except Ruby's on that Sigma and Yahoo will be TPing them out of spawn. Tennessee going a little bit of a different route. They're going to be running the double shield with the hubs on the Torbjorn. Oh, and Zenith, I think, just got 5-orbed from
Oh my
Divination.
gosh. I wasn't even ready for someone to get deleted that fast. Poor guy. Already an uphill battle for Tennessee moving into this first fight here. Man, that was so crazy coming through from Divination. Probably just saw where he was going to be and divined like his namesake. Nice boulder comes through here with a crush on top of it. Funkmaster doing a lot of displacement, but it's going to be University of Colo going to go ahead and take the point, but Tennessee still keeping strong on their little shield area, trying to put that pepper damage in.
Yeah, and this time when that first fight's going on, it's Colorado that captures the point first. So they're already getting some percentage going, and Tennessee have realized this. They're going to try and reset as, yeah, they did lose an early member, and Colorado wins the first fight. Already has the Transcendence up just because of how much damage Divination was putting out. And now they're going to have it in line and may need that Discord orb to deal with Basher, who has swapped over to the Roadhog.
Little slam comes through and the follow-up kill. The kill onto the hubs is left his other DPS counterpart pretty alone, and no follow-up kill going to be put down, but Tennessee did move onto the point with a few of their core members. You've got a couple tanks, but it's not going to be enough manpower to really hold strong after capping.
Yeah, you get 9% on there, which maybe down the line will get you some extra stall time or maybe an extra team fight, but for now, Colorado seems to be going on all cylinders now. Haven't had to use an all fight yet. They are ready to counter anything Tennessee has up there in Yahoo. Looking for the pulse, not able to stick it. Nice shield from Noodles, but can they get out with their lives? And so far, yes, they're actually able to get Yahoo.
Oh. In the back, though, Sunath goes down to Divination again in the mix of all of it. So that does even them up player count wise. Another kill! What a nice volley. I'm so glad we were there to see that. He's on fire and, well, has the trance online to save anyone who may need it or himself. That's exactly what needs to be done right there. Popped it when he was essentially 9 health, getting aggressive in the back line and, well, got the kill stolen by Cloud, but still there.
This is what you call just absolute energy coming from Divination. Like, no, I'm going to push your spawn doors, you know? As the Zen, going to trans into your backline, going to try and pick off your Zen. Almost does me. Didn't have to reload, but the damage is done. There's so much pressure to the side lanes. And, oh, do not tell me that. Oh, my.
Wow! With the res! Supports looking out for each other. You know, I can't say I haven't done a bit of love sharing like that in my own games, but absolutely nutty play coming through from Divination and great win for Colorado.
Yeah, you gotta think the confidence level from Divination has to be at an all-time high. If you're using Transcendence, going into their backline, and then trying to get a pick off, as there is the EMP with the Diva Bomb from Ruby on downtown. Just perfectly done, and they get the stagger onto the Diva as well.
Yeah.
But it's perfect play from Colorado. They make the adaptions. They know maybe Mecha Base compositionally just didn't make a whole lot of sense, really. But when they can run their comp with the Sigma and the ball and those coordinated dives, they're near unstoppable.
That was a really good performance coming through from Colorado for the last map. And, you know, I think Divination is in that flow state this evening. So definitely probably going to be, you know, hot off the press and one to watch for... Wow, there were so many bloodthirsty support kills in that last round, Twin. We
even had a Battle Mercy at the
very
end. Like, you don't get to see that very often. The Battle Mercy goes through, they get the res onto Divination as well.
Right?
It's just perfect support play. You know, they gotta have a little bit of fun too.
It's so refreshing in my. I mean, I place my fair share of support. So as the Mercy, when you're, yes, I've killed the one enemy that may prevent me from bringing you back safely. Now we can run back together. Tra la la.
Yeah, it's like, all right,
a great
you know,
time.
we're both going to live this. And as we head to Numbani, the dives are going to be coming back out,
Oh
likely,
man.
especially on this first point. And it's going to be up to Tennessee, I think, to answer this, because they looked great on the rush, but you're not really going to see a lot of that here on Numbani, maybe onto the third phase, but that's really about it. Can you get the dives to work, and can you maybe even counter dive your backline that just kept on getting just tackled on by Funkmaster and by Yahoo?
So Colorado is still going to attack, or is, I guess not still. Control, you're always attacking. But Colorado's going to attack first here. So I am excited to see Noodles on this brig. You talked about the dive that we saw and how beautiful Colorado was executing it. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Noodles to make some big plays to, you know, essentially shut that down or at least mitigate it so everyone else can help jump on it.
Yeah, honestly, if you even just counter bash Funkmaster when they're trying to dive in, or if it's Yahoo just hitting them with the flail. Like, any sort of CC to dislodge the dive coming in is going to be valuable if you are Tennessee. Funkmaster getting ready to dislodge that back high ground. You can tell, yep, already you can see the silhouette of Noodles looking for it. And Colorado just looking to see if they want to dive in.
Basher's been pinched. He doesn't even know. He just got hard cornered as Funkmaster and Yahoo were waiting for someone to drop down. They're like, oh, jumped alone. Now they're pushing on the high ground. Oh, the stun is good, but does manage to fend him off for some time. Not trying to take on Hubs in that Storm Arrow Hanzo form, but there is a kill onto Noodles. And then Paravir, 2 supports out of the picture for Tennessee, is 1 tick comes through for Colorado. Another kill comes through, this time onto Hubs as, well, Divination absolutely on fire again as another tick about to roll through for Colorado.
Yeah, Colorado, they're still strutting their stuff. Tennessee can be able to stall it out for a little bit, but 1 minute off the clock, and that'll be it. As Colorado, the time bank is now replenished, almost 5.5 minutes, and they can start pushing on here. As you can tell, Tennessee, they had a good game plan set up, but as you said, Basher gets pincer, and that is the kind of mistake Colorado is going to take advantage of every single time.
Yeah. And he dropped down, thought he could chase a little bit. Obviously didn't know there were more people watching, and with Funkmaster in the ball form, he has that advantage of the third-person view while still hiding. So there was no way he could have known that he hadn't continued to roll around to the high ground quite yet, but man, Ruby is so aggressive on this high ground, takes down Noodles in the brig form, still has the self-destruct online when needed. Divination finally taken down, but Lucky Dog on the back end manages to eat a pulse bomb in all of the chaos. There's still a lot of damage coming through from Colorado, but a bit of regrouping going on as some people are walking back from spawn.
Yeah, they lost Bird Boys early, and now they're going to be taken out yet again by Lucky Dog. And they do force out the Diva Bomb. Diva Bomb is coming out from Ruby as well, thinking this fight's still winnable. Going to go right into the Winston bubble of Basher, and I don't know, maybe Colorado is trying to stall out at this point. I'm not sure if they can win the fight in its current state, as Ruby just going to jump off. And Colorado going to have to regroup. A nice stand from Tennessee as they focus the back line of Divination and Bird Boys, and it works out that time around.
Cloud went ahead and switched over to that McCree as well. So, you know, that'll be a little bit different DPS approach. Obviously a good one. He's flashed Basher and took him down already. Noodles has followed suit, and he does get taken down after he's already taken out 2 members of Tennessee. Tennessee still trying to hold this defensive line a little bit, but they're man down, and the point is going to go hit that checkpoint.
Yeah, they probably could have had somebody touch, and now they may even get punished even more as all of them are still on this high ground. And the dives are coming in. 3 go down for Tennessee, and the Volunteers struggling a little bit to get out of the gates as they had a decent setup. But yeah, that early pickoff it just sets them off. And now Colorado's pushing spawn doors. They have touched spawn doors. Divination now probably got to back up. They get anti and DM those there from Ruby, as maybe a little bit of over-aggression coming in from Colorado to see if it gets punished or not. No, nobody's looked at the Zen.
No one cares about him. Such good trigger discipline coming through, not revealing his location. Everyone on his team is handling the work, and, well, he can just sit there and reap the benefits. Earlier, we saw Bird Boys pushing forward and aggressing, damage boosting Divination, while Yahoo pushed the cart. And, well, this has been some great rebuttal from Tennessee. They finally managed to stall and prevent Colorado from continuing this aggression, but it's not going to be much of a breath for them, Twin.
Yeah, it's going to be short-lived, as the Tracer putting some pressure up on the high ground. The Minefields is going to do that as well, as Noodle taking out both supports already gone for the Volunteers.
I mean, Colorado knows it is time to get extremely aggressive. Both supports out of the picture. They did lose their own in the process. Didn't quite look out for Bird Boys as much as they needed to, but it's all about getting the kills here for Cloud. If you can do the damage, then, well, healing up doesn't matter nearly as much. High Noon being channeled. Here, the what is it? Soldier Visor on the side being channeled, but is taken down. Oh man, what a critical defense matrix coming through from Ruby to save everyone on her team. Does get demeched from the Brig, but no big deal. Continuing to aggress forward. The nanoed monkey of Basher puts a lot of pressure onto Colorado, but they got the point!
Oh, this we've seen two today. The C9. We saw one earlier. Second match of the day.
Ooh.
And now we see one and the fourth. Oh, and they were nano too. They have the damage resistance and the extra health.
Yeah.
And they just don't touch the carts.
In their defense, they were, you know, trying to put some pressure on the sustaining backline. But yeah, it is stay on the cart at the end of the day, and definitely a tough one to roll into. But it's a very, you know, very clear win condition for Colorado. They got a hold.
Yeah, they got a hold. I think it's winnable for Tennessee. Again, we've seen moments to where, oh, they can do this. You know, we saw it during the middle of Streets phase. We saw it at the end there for a little bit. So we know it's doable. But they've been making this with small mistakes, and a team as fine-tuned and as great as Colorado is, they're going to pick apart those mistakes every single time. And instead, Tennessee needs to capitalize on the mistakes Colorado's making. They're being so aggressive on some of these. We saw Divination touch the spawn door. I think 3 of them touched the spawn doors, and Divination with them was hiding in a bush. Like, if you can capitalize on those mistakes continuously, then you at least start to get the ball rolling to where you can really start capitalizing and start getting some map objectives. But they just haven't had that up to this point, and maybe DeHubs going out to this Echo is going to be a game. Like, look at this. Divination is in the backline, has no respect for what Tennessee is going to do.
Oh my gosh. And, you know, I don't have trigger discipline like this, folks. I want to shoot the first thing I see. But look at this. Still waiting. Now he knows it's time to engage. Oh. What?
My goodness.
I mean, I wish I could do that. But once again, Colorado just continuing to push forward. More kills, killing. Oh, take it away, Twin. I'm still getting over that Zenyatta kill.
The trigger discipline, as you said, and to be able to back it up. Like, yes, I'm gonna hide in your backline, and I will take out your Echo, even though they hit me with all the necessary stickies. I don't even know anymore. If I'm Tennessee, I don't know how to react to that. Like, they just had no respect for what you're going to do, and to be fair to them, they got out with their lives after getting a pick. So Tennessee now going to have to try to push up on high ground and just try and get anything going here.
A little bit of push coming through here from Basher. Just seeing what's available. An Ansi does come through onto Funk Master. Going to be a little discouraging, but looks like Yahoo goes ahead and wins the Tracer duel on the side. Cloud has that High Noon and looking to channel it through. Well, no not quite yet. People are gonna dip out of the way. Yeah, DPS needs heals. That's normal.
What's new? It goes for the Deadeye, tries to get it.
Wow.
Tennessee is retreating. Cloud not able to. The Transcendence was also used from Divination just to get out of the Tennessee backline. And see, this is what we thought we were going to see last game from UTA. Was kind of this little silliness going on, maybe playing a little more loose. And instead in that game, Colorado's doing it in a game where, on paper, this should be, you know, a pretty competitive game, and they're just blocking them out.
Oh man, this minefield is gonna be a huge hurdle for them to get over as well. The stick on the noodles! Oh man, that is gonna be rough. There's so many people taken down from Tennessee as they try to continue and aggress forward here, but it's not gonna be quite enough, and there's still, I mean, there's 2 tank ultimates online, but they're coming up on 2 more after that.
Yeah, they have plenty of ultimates. Fuckmaster's just trying to get, gonna get chased all the way into the back.
Of course he gets away.
And eventually gets the mega health pack, as Zenith will just have to retreat for now. Tennessee, yeah, just gotta try and do something at this point. Diva Bomb send over the top, create some space. Maybe try and get that first tick out at this point to at least try and get an attack going. But when you have Yahoo just dismantling your main tank in front of point, definitely not an easy task, as somehow Cloud lives that.
Wow. I mean, gets the kill from the high noon, but res just as quickly from Noodles back onto DeHubs. Paravir does go down in the thick of the fight, but we'll have to see if there's going to be any more. I mean, there's only 30 seconds left. Tennessee needs to do another regroup and have one last final push.
Yeah, at this point, just try, even if you don't win this map, right? You have a feeling you're probably not going to do it at this point. Just build some momentum going your way. Divination, I didn't even realize on the trying to go for some Reddit Lucio plays, I think, onto the Echo. And you know, I've never seen a support be this aggressive before, but maybe Tennessee can take advantage of it with the duplicate onto the Diva, and they do touch.
Overtime bar has been engaged, and Tennessee is doing everything they can to stay in this fight. It is still an uphill battle for them, but they did manage to res Paravir back. That is a good sign. Throw comes in from the pulse bomb, doesn't find any targets, but will do a bit of damage, and there it is. Enough follow-up coming through from Colorado to continue handling Tennessee's trickle onto this point. The sound barrier is going to be the nail in the coffin, and well, the minefield is the icing on the cake, as that's going to be the OT bar trickling down, and Colorado going to go ahead and take this second map.
That is what you call a statement from Colorado. As on paper, again, should be a very competitive game. Obviously, Tennessee, not a team, you know, to be thrown to the side, but that's exactly what Colorado basically did. Like, we're just going to throw Divination. He can go on his own little side pass, do whatever he wants to do, and doesn't really care about the repercussions of his actions. And from them, it's all right, you know, we should be pretty competitive in this game, and instead they're just pushing Tennessee to the side, and that in itself is a statement like, we are in our own tier in this league, and if they can finish it out on Hanamura, what a statement to be made with just 5 to 6 weeks left to play before we hit playoff time.
I totally agree with you there. I was surprised to see some of the guts that Colorado had on those plays. And, you know, look, obviously, in the words of Zoolander, right? Divination, so hot right now. And he's been on fire every single time we clip over to his point of view. We saw those beautiful volleys come through from his alternate fire. Can a team like that, is that something that they're going to depend on and want to have regularly? Is he always in that flow state that's that on point? Because I'm not sure I saw that the other couple weeks, but if that's what's on the table, Twin, I don't want to go up against that, man.
Well, yeah, watch out if you were any other team. And obviously, first time that I've been casting Colorado, so for me, it's like, oh, like, this is like a different kind of flow state. This wasn't happening
the last couple of weeks, not from Divination like that.
If they get into this confidence, like, all right, I know, like, if you're Divination, I don't know if Not like I could be the best person in this lobby. I'm just gonna do whatever I want, and it's like you're throwing a top 500 and they're just, you know, doing the Reddit Lucer. They're hiding in bushes, looking for 5 orbs, and they get the echo.
They're the ones getting the damage boost from the Mercy pocket.
Yes. And we'll have to see what Jack they have up their sleeve next after we go to this quick break to see if Tennessee can bring this back.
Hi folks, and welcome back to EGFC Week 11. It's Waffles and Twin Salty covering the rest of the University of Colorado versus University of Tennessee game. And Twin, we're 2-0 moving into Hanamura. Tennessee needs to step it up.
Yeah, that is the understatement of. I think if you can maybe like contain divination, then maybe you have a shot at this. But as we said, he's in such a flow state. I don't think I've ever seen a player in any league, especially collegiate-wise, be in this kind of state to where they just do whatever they want and it works every single time. Like, he's hiding in bushes. He's doing whatever he wants. He's going on, and it works every single time. He's not getting punished once. And it's not like Tennessee's not trying to punish. Like, they are desperately trying to get rid of divination, but they just haven't been able to. And on Hanamura, there's such long sight lines for the Zenyatta to get picks. You gotta worry a little bit if you're Tennessee.
And the other difficult thing is that Divination has been playing, I mean, like we said, very, very well this evening. So he's been winning the majority of his 1v1 duels, which means if they're gonna take him down, that means they have to devote 2 resources or 2 people to defeating him. And so, you know, it does take a lot of frontline pressure off Tennessee to hold. And, well, it's a tough situation to be in, Twin.
Yeah, and a good start at least. The Hubs gets a sonar headshot on the Cloud, who now goes off of the Widow onto the Ash. And maybe, I think Colorado trolling a little bit like they weren't already, as Ruby is on the Hog. They're running the Hog and Ball together with Bird Boys now onto the Mercy. It is just trying to win one-on-ones. And then it's exactly the kind of game Colorado.
Oh, yeah, Colorado thrives in a 1v1 style environment, and you know, their players have a lot of really strong fundamentals and just game mechanics in general that make it tough to beat them on. Look at this. This is a great brawl coming through, and well, Tennessee actually, oh, I thought they had a chance. They're holding some traction. Yes, they do. Look at that. Good pushback on to Colorado.
Funkmaster and Divination both jumped off the edge. Not sure if it was intentional.
Oh.
I can't even. I think it was a reset, but they could have won that fight. It's a little interesting coming up from Colorado. We'll have to see if it pays off. As if you're Tennessee, you know, half the time is gone. Maybe Colorado just really wants us to see Rialto later on. And Cloud with the dive. Yeah, Cloud's just turning it on now.
Oh man, the DPS for Colorado sure can light the fire. There is the soldier visor coming through from Senath. It's gonna force them all to cower, but with Divination taking him out of the picture, they can just stand there and cap the point.
Yeah, they can just sit there, cap the point, not really give a care in the world as Ruby coming back is gonna get the far spawns. It may take a little bit longer for the off tank to rejoin the rest of their team, but
that's good. It'll give Tennessee a moment to breathe.
Gives Tennessee time to figure out what is actually happening.
Yeah.
Because you don't normally play a comp like this, at least in its entirety. It's very similar to what Colorado was running at the end of Busan. But yeah, it's just a very weird comp for Tennessee. They have to try and isolate Funkmaster, and when they're going for a minefield like this, it can be real dangerous.
Wow, Lucky Dog already going down, and there's the pulse bomb throw. Yahoo's trying to take down Noodles in the process, but it is Bird Boys, the aggressive support trying to get the kill. Not quite enough. You can't beat the Brig, especially after that rally rolls through, and well, Tennessee gonna be able to hold this defensive point for just a bit longer.
Yeah, you could tell Noodles got support like, no, this is not how we're losing this point. I'm not getting battle mercied.
No,
I'll pop the rally if need be. And they have the Gravitic Flux coming up, but they had to use 5 ultimates just to stay in that fight. But to be fair, Colorado, I think, used very similar amount of ults as well. So,
yeah.
Again, maybe this is where Tennessee slowly start bringing it back, using their overconfidence from Colorado to their advantage. Especially because Divination has not been as big of a factor this map as we saw them in the previous two.
Mm-hmm. They've gotten a couple of good volleys off, but yeah, not nearly as much headhunting as we had seen in our previous maps. It does seem like Funkmaster here doing the same thing, just doing a very small loop up there from the grapple. I love how slow and like nonchalant that loop is there, and Yahoo still trying to find the damage. Ruben picks up 2 kills in the kill feed, and Tennessee now on the back foot. They've lost a lot of people, and now Colorado continuing to cap this point 1 tick in their favor. Tennessee's trying to run back, but it's just gonna be Noodles. Gets a little bit of a stall touch, and Colorado gonna take point B with 2:36 left on the clock.
Yeah, still a very decent time considering I don't like to call it a normally. They were hard troll a bit there on first point, and you still cap with 2.5 minutes on the clock. That is quite impressive for the Buffaloes. As yeah, it seems like this match just isn't real sometimes. Like there's some weird comms coming out, some moments that shouldn't exist. But you know, Colorado probably having the time of their lives. Tennessee probably having the complete opposite of that up to this point.
Yeah, and you know, I gotta say, I wonder what happened during the pause that we had on our very first map, right? We had our pause, we were at 1-1, both of these teams were looking good, they were not getting away with such egregious, I guess I can't call them mistakes. Yeah, challenge. I like that, yeah, yes.
It's yeah, I don't know. It's such a weird game to analyze because this isn't normal strats coming out from Colorado. They're running Doomfist, Pharah, with, yes, they have the Mercy Pocket, but they're still running Ball Hog. It's interesting. I think Tennessee can catch them off guard with a TP here if they don't see it coming.
I totally agree with you. Although I do worry about the damage boosted Yahoo just shredding the teleporter before they even get a chance to jump through it. There it is, taken out of the picture, but doesn't matter. A lot of Tennessee's members are already on the point. There's a lot of damage from Yahoo, and there it is. Too much to handle as Tennessee does get taken down in the end. A couple more kills coming through, as you can see the aggression of Colorado, and well, manages to just hang off the edge and then berate away.
Yeah, and the TP is nice coming in from Senath. You know, they get a tick on there, 53%, but it isn't enough because once you get to the point, they have nothing to do other than set up turrets. There's no shield for them to burn down like in a normal game. You're not even really seeing anybody on point other than maybe Cloud and Ruby. So it is such a weird spot for the Symmetra to be, and yeah, already gonna be swapping over to the Cassidy to try and deal with the dives coming in, but the rollout from Funkmaster just dislodges this entire attack.
Man, he tried to bowl into them and instead looked like he just hit a straight up brick wall. That was Tennessee. They continue to aggress forward here around the back side of the point, trying to get that damage, but Yahoo has Barrage in the face of Senath and into the back of Tennessee, taking them down one after another. Divination drops the trance, but you know, might just be, well, drops the trance and jumps off the edge.
Goes off the edge for style points, maybe. Yeah, I think Divination is just having the time of his life. I don't know. I think he is in such a good mindset right now. Like, not a care in the world. And Tennessee, they just gotta figure out a way here. They have not much coming out. They have maybe the Blizzard as what a rollout coming from the back. And not gonna be able to get too much quite yet. Oh my.
How is he alive?
How does he get out? He gets the orb and it's just enough shield health from his abilities to try and get out. That's, I don't know.
That's, look, Doomfist can ruin friendships, and there is a beautiful example of why. I cannot believe that he survived all of that damage and got stunned the whole 9 yards, still continuing to put the damage in, and wow, Tennessee makes it through the choke and into the wrath of the DPS of Colorado.
I don't know what else to say at this point. They actually solo velked the poor May.
The hubs.
Oh, Bird Boys, they're pushing spawn. They're trying to look for one. Now they're just gonna damage boost Divination. Who gets dove. They're somehow still alive. How is Ben not dead?
I love it.
What?
Wow, 26 health. So much aggression from these supports, and well, obviously Colorado enjoying themselves a bit here. We are at 35 seconds left, so if Tennessee's going to do something with these 5 ultimates online, now has got to be the time.
Yeah, now it's got to be the time for Tennessee. As Yahoo is legit in spawn, so is Divination. Going to be looking for one, able to get one. Are they going to be able to get second? No, they use trans to get out. And Tennessee, you still have to touch point in 10 seconds.
Still a lot of movement coming through. Tennessee here pushing forward. They've got the ultimates online, but they have lost one person. Paravir is down, but the Blizzard is on point, trying to keep members of Colorado out of the way. There's a nice kill coming through from Lucky Dog, but the minefield is pretty deadly. There is a punch coming through, and Tennessee still managed to find a couple kills, but it is just going to be Senath here on the point, trying to keep the dream alive. Does go down in the end, and woo, just at the last moment, both supports from Tennessee managed to touch. One goes down, one gets a kill?
Oh my God,
no way!
They're gonna do it! Yes!
Paravir! The savior of Tennessee right there.
It saves us from maybe one of the most lopsided maps in EGF history. They do win the point. Granted, it came at the cost of Colorado pushing spawn. But again, if you're Tennessee, you take the advantage of the mistakes Colorado is making and you keep the game going because you never know what is going to happen. It is the beautiful part about this game. And Paravir now is going to try and match Divination on this Zen. And that could be an interesting matchup. I don't think Divination is take that very lightly. Oh, it
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Oh my gosh, but I mean, Seneth got a great pick and then got picked himself right afterwards by Ruby and the hook. Paravir here is trying to be aggressive, and the Battle Mercy from Bird Boys once again picking up another kill for the stats. Tennessee has been taken down a little bit here and trying to put a little... They're just gonna regroup here.
Yeah, regroup. You have Tac Visor coming soon from the hubs. And Colorado, yes, you have a few ultimates at your disposal. And, you know, I'm curious to see what Tennessee is going to do this fight. Maybe just rush point at this point. Did Divination use trans? Divination did use trans.
Just
I think just
party
because
trans.
they could. Maybe try to make like an art piece out of the like the pattern that they're gonna leave behind.
Long
I'm not
exposure.
entirely sure. They're gonna back up here. They're gonna get picked off by Seneth yet again early in this fight.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, that's all the resources there. The res back in the way in the back line by Bird Boys. Not surprising, but that barrage from Yahoo just shut them down in their tracks. That was so much damage, Twin.
So much damage, and this game is just
bomb.
out of nowhere. Like, I don't know how to explain this game to anybody else if we were to talk to them after this game's done. Oh, how does he find these spots to hide? Look at this. He's looking behind one of the little buildings. Is gonna find Paravir.
Oh, no.
Is he
There it
able
is.
to get the pick? No, not yet. Oh, there it is. Is he able to get the second? No.
Of course he's punished for that. There's no way he wasn't going to be. But unfortunately, you know, Paravir didn't quite win the Zen 1v1 duel that Divination was engaging on. We do have 20 seconds left, and, well, Tennessee's about to have all 6 ults online. This is when they were able to break through the defense of Colorado just at the very end. Can they do it? 10 seconds left, and someone's gonna have to be able to touch. It's gonna be Visor popped early by DeHubs, and Ruby is so low, so vulnerable in that whole hog state. There it is, a self-destruct on the point, clears out all the mines, making it safer for Tennessee to approach, but is it gonna be safe with Cloud here on this far side? No, Divination is an absolute terror, and that's gonna be Colorado taking Hanamura and taking the series.
Yeah, they take it 3-0, and it makes it feel, if you're Tennessee, like it was a 20-0. That was a statement from Colorado saying, we are number 1 in this league, and it ain't even close. As play of the game goes to Divination. Again, such a flow state they were in tonight. Cancels the Deadeye. Oh, what?
With one volley?
Oh!
Okay, you know, I wouldn't feel as bad if I died to that. That was a gorgeous Zen play. And for those of you who obviously can't see us behind the scenes, we just saw that play and our jaws were on the floor.
They were on the floor. And even our producer's jaw was on the floor.
Yeah.
Obviously, we saw it in the kill feed that he got 2 headshots. I didn't think it was a straight volley. Eliminates the Deadeye, eliminates the Zen, helping out the team. That's the definition of how this match went. That is, in a 2-second clip, how this match went. Divination going flanks and getting kills they should not, and winning it for Colorado, even though I think even without Divination, everybody was just in a good state of mind tonight, and they continue to show why they are undefeated.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, and, you know, it's a very different standard that they have just set for themselves, in my opinion. You know, that was a whole different caliber of crispness, even through all of the, you know, silly and wonky strategies we may have seen. There were still some very solid fundamentals going down, and yeah, Zenyatta isn't typically way off on his own and is not frontlining, but wow, they were on point. I just can't get over some of those shots. The Echo one in the air is still tripping me up a bit.
That has to be one of the clips of the season. Like, some of these have to be in that discussion because it's just honestly, Divination, if you need a highlight reel to make a contender, like an OD team or whichever team you want to join, this game right here is a great example of where you can get clips because you were popping off left and right. And not to say that the rest of the team was, Ruby had her tonight where she was just.
Oh, yeah.
I think everybody pulled their weight when they needed to. But I think it's like, at one point, like, Divination, you're feeling yourself. Just go do your thing. Like, it's okay. The rest of us can hold down the fort.
Yeah.
And you do your thing. And I can't wait to see if we have an interview because that will be quite the interview. It sounds like we do. We're going to go to a very quick break to get them in. I cannot wait to see what they have to say about this match. Stay tuned.
Hi, folks, and welcome back to EGFC Week 11. We are here with Yahoo from our victorious team of University of Colorado. Yahoo, how are you feeling coming off of some wonky strategies and all that gameplay we just saw?
Yeah, it was definitely a fun game for sure. Always fun to see Divination chilling in the enemy's backline. So yeah, it was a fun game.
So obviously Divination was pretty in his flow state this evening. What is it like for you guys when you recognize that someone on your team is in that state, they're on fire, and I mean feeling untouchable essentially? What are you guys doing around that?
Yeah, I mean with Divination especially, that guy's just insane. You know, he's a really, really good player, so it's always awesome to see him popping off. Fun when he goes Lucio, and on Numbani I know he was kind of having some fun just skating around and stuff. But yeah, you know, sometimes you'll see one of our players is just popping off. Cloud will do that sometimes on hit scan.
Yes.
And a lot of times, you know, it's just kind of about empowering that player. So making sure we give them the resources necessary to, you know, keep going and keep popping off.
Yeah, well, you know, I've been casting a couple of your games over the past couple of weeks, and both you and Cloud have brought some clutch last-minute plays and huge value to the team. What has it taken for you to like really grind that skill and refine it? What are some of the challenges you've had?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just kind of a matter of practicing. Our team scrims pretty high because we're really competitive, so we like to scrim teams that are usually a lot better than us. And so getting that scrim experience is, yeah, it's really valuable for us, especially when it comes to games like this, because, you know, we've put in the work and the effort that we don't really have to do too much to, you know, we don't have to try insanely hard to win a lot of these games, which is always nice. So
yeah, how was it feeling tonight? What did you guys know, like, okay, tonight's game was probably when you guys kind of just let loose You could tell you're going a little bit more niche strat. You were going like hog with ball, and
Yeah.
you just. When did you guys realize like, all right, let's have fun?
I mean, I think the first map Busan was actually a decently close map, but then I think once we started really winning on Numbani, we started to do a little bit more of kind of the troll picks and just having a lot of fun. Ruby was doing a great job on the hog on Hanamura, so I know it was it was kind of after that Numbani we really started to just kind of do whatever we wanted.
Yeah, and now you guys had a tough game last week against UT Arlington, won that 3-1. You have on paper a tough game this week, and then you just swipe them away. When you guys play Connecticut next week, we're 9-2. They're going to be, I think, 3rd or 4th after this week is done. How are you guys looking ahead on that game, or do you guys just see it as just another team to beat?
I mean, to be honest, it's just kind of another team to beat. We're not really too worried about anyone. We were somewhat worried about Arlington last week because we had kind of a crazy situation. I was on vacation, so I was like playing on a crazy setup, and we didn't have divination for most of that game. So it was kind of a crazy game, but outside of that game, we're really not too worried about any of the games this season.
Nice. Well, I gotta say, that is some good insight. And, I still am enjoying the fact that you guys said that you scrim a lot of really high tier players and you really try to play up and challenge yourselves. Obviously, that hard work has shown off as you guys are currently undefeated here in the league. Is there anyone you want to shout out or give props to for helping you guys get here this far?
Yeah, I mean, just always the team. We have a new coach this semester is Spoon. He's done a great job just kind of helping us be very critical of our own gameplay and do some individual VOD reviews and things like that. So that's been really great. And then obviously just our captain Ruby for continuing to push us. She's always really, really competitive, and she wants to make sure we're doing the most that we can to be as good as we are. So.
Awesome. Well, Yahoo, thank you so much for joining us for the interview. And once again, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing you play, of course, in the future. And folks, obviously, Colorado is going to be a team to watch out for as they've been working hard. And, well, you heard it from Yahoo himself. So let him speak that.
Yeah, honestly, they're looking like a team to where they can bring it home no matter who they play, no matter who's even having an day. Like, it wasn't even like everybody was on their A game today. Like, no matter what, somebody can pop off. Tonight it was Divination, who just time and time again proved to why he's maybe one of the best players in this league, period. And I cannot wait to see what they can do next week against a team like UConn, who's, again, 2 losses on their resume, but they do have 9 wins. Better team in the conference, so I can't wait to see what maybe some East Coast flavor brings to this Colorado team. But I think, honestly, what a way to end tonight. I don't think I've had that interesting of a match in a very long time.
Yeah, definitely a lot of curveballs that we were not expecting, and a great performance coming through from University of Colorado this evening, securing their win and continuing their perfect record. We'll have to see if next week continues to treat them so kindly, but that is our last game of the evening, folks. So we will catch you on the next broadcast. Of course, we want to give a big thanks to EGF and Tyler, who helps bring this whole org together. Folks, we couldn't do it without our lovely producer and observer, Aeon. Thank you so much for capturing the incredible plays that we saw, and don't forget some of those sweet, like that volley was incredible. So we saw it all. Huge props and thanks to you, because you make the real magic happen. And folks, we'll see you next time.